Oh, the hand tracking is funny. Why is it funny? Hello. Okay, so that only went once. Hi. Happy Monday. Oh, do you see? It is doubling up, throwing things at me though. Twitch, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me, Twitch? Why are you doubling up cert redeems? Why are you doing that? Today, limited time only deal. Every one shroomate is actually worth 2 shroomates. And also, apparently, snack time is like ×4. It just threw snacks at me forever. No liquid for having a hydration, though. Not happening, not allowed. You get double the shroomates, none of the liquids, though. Happy Monday. Hello. You might notice I'm sounding slightly different, and it is because, man, I had a morning. I had a weekend. I've had a couple of days. Did you get smaller? I don't know what's going on. My redeems are all kind of a little bit silly funny right now. Twitch keeps doing this where just like randomly something about the API is not connecting to things properly, so here. I may have to go through and turn things back off again, which makes me so sad. We had to fix this like last week. By the way, EG, if you could update Amber's streammate, could you update mine as well? Yeah, I haven't gone in and done the updates on the streammates, honestly, in a while. It's been a minute, but I'll be so honest with you, there's been so much going on in my life and also just in general. So I've got a lot of housekeeping things I have to do, and after Otakon this weekend, theoretically, hopefully, I will be able to get to all of that. It is my goal. Everything will be so much more normal once I've cleared this week. So hopefully I can get that figured out for then. But hang on, let me go through just really quickly and try and turn off all the redeems that don't work properly. Hydrate is still a reminder for me to drink even if the visual isn't working. Merch isn't gonna work. Things that are toggling stuff won't work either. Let me see, so head pat did in fact not work. Actually won't work. My hair won't work if it's the toggles that are failing. Gloop probably will not work. Ueg, and TEG both worked for some reason before. Let me test something. Let me test and see. Is OrbEG working? Let's see what the extent of Twitch's tomfoolery is. Okay, so it works. All right, so we can leave that. Hi, Orange. Life is like that. Throws everything all at once. It should be chill and boring for a bit. Yeah, I've been waiting for the chill and boring part for a couple of months. Joby's been making fun of me because Joby's like, yeah, you keep saying that. You keep being like, oh, it'll calm down. It'll calm down. And it never does. I think I've been saying it'll calm down since March. And I think finally, actually for real this time, for realsies fellas, I promise, I swear, fingers crossed, I get to take like a deep breath in August, finally. Got the Tumblr curse? Yeah, it's like, have you seen that thing where it's like the cycle where it's like, wake up, wash dishes, do laundry, go to sleep, wake up, wash dishes, do laundry, go to sleep. Those things are like the cycle never ends. It's that one. Yeah. If everyone's having a stroke, then it's EG's internet. Oh no! Is the stream being funny? The stream could be being funny. That could be potentially related to some of the weird stuff we have going on right now in my apartment. So you might notice I sound a little bit funny. I sound a little different, and that's because I am trying to talk in a way that's not going to upset my voice. Last week I was talking about how I was having some trouble with losing my voice, and it was getting pretty bad. I called a friend, and actually at one point while I was on the phone with them, I had to be like, listen, I'm so sorry, I can't speak to you anymore. You're gonna have to do the talking because my voice was so gone. So thankfully I did get to rest my voice all day, Saturday and Sunday, and all morning here. It feels okay right now, but if it starts getting funny, we might have to do something about it. So I'm trying to be like gentle. No crazy EG noises today, theoretically. We're not gonna talk a million miles an hour. It's gonna be calm, relaxing EG. And if I talk in my normal voice, that actually makes it worse. So like if I talk like this, which is how my voice normally is, that actually is worse because I think it's deeper. So we're talking like this because this is easier. This is like the most relaxed way my voice can be. So we're gonna try this, see if it works. I don't know. Could have taken a break if you need one. I get that on one hand, but on the other hand, I don't want to, like, I've been so spotty with streams over the summer that I would like to have my consistency back. I'm taking care of myself, don't worry. We're taking the necessary moves to make sure that things are not going to go poorly, and I will take the steps. If we get to a point in the stream where I'm like, oh, my voice is starting to bug me, I will put an end to it, unfortunately. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. I'll take time off when I need to, and thankfully, you know, I won't be live from Thursday through the weekend. I don't know if I'll be live Monday even. I might need a recovery day from Otakon, but don't worry about me. I know how to take care of the EG. I'll take care of my EG. Don't worry. So I'll sound a little low energy, but I promise my energy is actually kind of okay. It's just that I'm trying to take it easy on my voice right now. Rare Squiiji? I know. I love my Squiiji design. Low-key, this is one of my favorite things I have made of myself. This is I think my favorite outfit I have had. It's so cute. It's so cute. keep wanting to make another outfit for myself. I almost had a summer outfit, but because of the aforementioned, as I was saying before, oh, it'll be over soon, things will calm down soon. I just never got the opportunity to work on another outfit for me, but that's okay. You're excited for Otakon? I'm con crunching, watching for chill vibes. I am very excited. I am just a tad bit nervous, specifically because Joby is not going to be back. Joby is meeting us in DC, and I'm probably either going to be taking the train down to DC, which is going to be an experience, or I will be tagging along with 2 of Joby's friends to go down on Thursday, so that's going to be interesting. So I'm a little nervous about that. And then secondarily, I'm a little bit nervous because this is another event where I have to be kind of careful with my health, where just the way that walking works at Otakon, where at conventions, I feel like I've talked about this before with like things being, whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to be up in your face like that, sorry about that. With things like Otakon, for people who have physical disabilities, it can be kind of difficult where, you know, I can normally navigate and get around pretty well in my normal daily life. I'm in pretty good physical condition these days. However, the specific kind of walking that Otakon is, or like any convention and stuff like that, where you're in lines. So it's a lot of start and stop and start and stop and start and stop. It really does a number on my hips. So I like have to be super careful that I'm making sure to sit down, relax, hold still and just wait instead of just doing like the inching, creeping forward thing in lines. I can just stand there and have the rest of the group move forward, and then I wait for that group, you know, my friends I'm with, and then I'll move to the front of them and then let them pass me again, like just so that way I'm not doing that motion so much. It's just kind of like tough to balance a little bit, but yeah, get it in decent shape, but standing around on a concrete floor in a line for 20 minutes kills my joints. Yeah, I have kind of reached, not to say I've reached that age, but because I've always been like this. This has been the way EG has been forever. I can stand for a long time. I've got really comfy shoes, but it's just something about that specific motion of the stop and start that really goofs me up. And I want to be in such good shape because there is they technically call it a rave, I think. I don't know what the actual term for it is, but there's one night at Otakon, I think it's Saturday night, they've got like a DJ set and stuff, and everybody like dances, goes crazy. I am looking forward to that so much. That is like usually the highlight of this event for me, so I gotta keep myself in good condition because last year I was annihilated. I was in such bad shape by the time that came that we would like go hang out and dance and have a little bit of fun, and then I have to go sit down and like wait for 15 minutes and be like, okay, I'm good. Let's do a little more dance. Constant pauses are worse than continuous walking. Yeah, it really is. So I am so looking forward to going to this. But yeah, there's a little bit of stress and a little bit of, I gotta make sure I take care of myself, a little bit of, you know, many a thing, making sure that I get to enjoy the time that I'm spending there to the best of my ability, all of that. I gotta finish my baking that I'm doing before I go, so that way I can have my food prepared in advance, so that way I don't spend $1 million gajillion on food in DC. Stay hydrated, yes. Oh man, let me tell you, I'm going to drink so many things. Attendees are encouraged to get an accessibility ribbon if they feel they need it, so know it's an option in case anyone, because my spine sucks. You know, Bleak, I didn't even know about that. They have accessibility ribbons? In my however many years I've gone, I had no idea that they do that. I mean, theoretically, I don't really need assistance from anyone. It's more so just that I need to make sure I sit down. So I don't know if that would especially benefit me, but for other roommates, if you guys have need for that, go for it. That actually sounds fantastic. That's good. Yay. What if I bring the cinnamon rolls I have? You can bring, you should pack yourself food. My #1 suggestion for Otakon is that food in DC is ridiculously expensive. It is so expensive to eat in DC. Pack food. Pack food. Pack food, please. It'll save you so much money, even if it's just like you're packing yourself breakfasts or like granola bars or like ready-made stuff that you keep in the freezer or the fridge and then you've thawed out, or you put in a microwave or something for when you're, you know, between being at the con and stuff like that. Do it. Do it if you can. It is kind of hard to figure out, but yeah. They're trying really hard to advertise themselves. For some reason, a lot of attendees seem to not know about it. Yeah, I've been going to Otakon for years, and I have never heard about it somehow, which maybe is just that I wasn't looking out for it, because I realized recently that I think most of the years that I went, missed the, like, official convention merchandise, and I just never saw it half the years I went. So, but that's just because I feel like the convention center is so big, and there's so much going on, that it's easy to miss certain things, I think. Especially if you're not looking for them, because I don't know if I would have even thought to look for it, potentially. I don't know. Guess I could get cans of soup. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. One of the previous years I went, they make these funny little things that are like, it's a little like, it doesn't need to be refrigerated. It's a little cardboard box that has a little tin of tuna fish and a little like stack of crackers with a little plastic knife in it. Granted, I eat like a bird, so I don't require crazy amounts of food to sustain me, but that was like I had my little tuna fish snack at the ready. I honestly should have gone and bought some of those for this year, because that was like if like we left the convention around lunch and like went and sat outside, I'd like, just a little snack. Can rent mobility scooters too, gotta do it in advance though. Yeah, I personally don't like using mobility scooters. I've never gotten along with them. I've used them before, historically. I am little, and I don't like being below the sight line that much. I get tripped over and rammed into already, and in like the 2 times in my life I've used a mobility scooter in public, I got knocked out of it both times by people not paying attention. It puts you like right at elbow level, which is so sad. I can get around okay without it, but for people who do need that, I'm glad that they have that as an option. But man, being at a convention and stuff like that when you are lower than everyone else like that is dangerous, and I'm so sorry for people who don't have alternatives to that. Being at elbow level is dangerous. Little jingly bell, yeah, you gotta have something so that people know you're there. I got knocked out of a mobility scooter at a concert when I was, I think I was in high school. My dad was so mad. Fungi father was there with me, and oh, he was not happy. He like looked away from me for like 1 second, and I was only supposed to be in it until we got to our seats. But you know, with concerts and stuff, you gotta like creep across the venue and then make your way down the aisle and stuff like that. Have you considered renting a tree to accompany you? The tree is Joby. The tree is my partner. Joby is 6'2" and is probably going to be on the tall end of attendees, theoretically. But that's the thing, is that the moment, it was like Fungi Father was with me the whole time when I was at that concert, but it was just the split second he looked away, someone coming down the aisle just like, whack, right into me. Joby needs a few thugs to assist with small shroom protection. Have you seen the TikToks people make where they'll be like, big dog, but or how does it go?
Hello, concrete consumers. I am here to distract UMDG from everything and anything. Nalu has been busy assigning the shroommates perfumes and using the pointing finger emoji. For example, EG was assigned on Grimoire by Lilique. Anyway, drink coterie to recover your voice. Trust me, I have a PhD from Concrete University.
You know, I do think that, yeah, Concrete will definitely make my throat better. Thank you, Gary. It definitely won't make it worse. Concrete, known for having a very smooth and refreshing texture to it. That's true. Very good, man. Yeah, scary dog privilege. Joby isn't very scary though. Joby is a golden retriever. I don't think people are scared of that. But maybe I do need scary dog privilege a little bit. Where, maybe it is just adding flags or something visible to the scooters that would solve a lot of that trouble, but yeah. All talls need spatial awareness. That is also true. Joby is just as liable to elbow me in the mouth as anyone else is. Although Joby doesn't. Joby's very self-aware. Joby's gotten very used to my height. You just want to glower? I'm good at that. I don't think we'll need that. I'll be able to take care of myself. We'll do we'll do our best. But let me tell you really briefly. Okay, I gotta calm down. I'm starting to do the voice that's too much. Let me tell you about the very interesting morning I had, just very briefly. Very briefly. The other reason I sound a little bit of low energy is because I a little bit am. Starting on Saturday at like 6 in the morning, the smoke detector in my living room goes off. I'm lying in bed, asleep, of course, it's 6 a.m. on a Saturday. So I go from being dead asleep to insane, completely fully awake, like bolted upright, like, because it's definitely the one in my apartment going off. So I was like, oh my God, what's happening? And I like rip my door open to run out into the living room to see like what is on fire. Nothing. There's nothing going on. Nothing is happening. There's nothing. I'm like, intriguing. Okay, cool. So like my heart is in my throat still because if this apartment burns down, we were just talking about fire safety, I think on Friday, right? I think we were just talking about it. And I was like, oh, please don't do this to me right before Otakon 2. I cannot have my house burned down. But nothing. There was nothing. Nothing happened. It's not low battery because it's not even one of those. Like ours is connected to a system in an apartment complex where it runs on electricity. It's not even like battery powered. So I was like, that's strange. That's peculiar. Like it has a backup battery, I think, but it runs on electricity. It's hardwired. So I was like, what? Okay, odd. I look around, so I'm like, okay, maybe it's like electrical or something. I've heard of people having like electrical fires, like up inside the wall where you can't see it or something. I can't tell anything's wrong, so I'm like, all right, let's try and lay down and go back to Snork Me Mimi land, maybe, because I'm still tired. Lay down, fall back asleep finally after being like super panicked. Only to be woken up again an hour and a half later by doing it again a second time. Because after the first time, I like managed to convince myself to go fall back asleep. I was like, that wasn't real. You heard nothing. You freaked yourself out. You probably had a weird dream. I was like, I convinced myself out of thinking it had even happened. And then it happened a second time. And I was like, no, that had to be real. That had to have happened. What is going on? Why is it doing that? Help? Question mark? Huh? But it like, it's so strange because the moment I would open my door to go look at it, it would be off. It would like stop as soon as I would open my bedroom door. It was like, is something torturing me? Are there ghosts in my walls? Are they making fun of me? They're like, ah, you're home alone, no jubby, so you're a little more anxious than usual. Huh? What's going on? It did not happen Saturday. What? Or Sunday. What? It happened again this morning. And it woke me up out of the dead of sleep. This morning, it was at 5 a.m. And I was really not happy about that. Oh, I didn't say on Saturday because of all that, like waking up with a start and freaking myself out, I gave myself a tension migraine. So that my second migraine in a week, I was so mad. I'm like, this is the worst. I cannot be living like this. This sucks. But yeah, so it went off again at 5 a.m. this morning. Thankfully, I didn't give myself a migraine over it this morning. But as I'm like, you know, I'm like, what the heck? It stopped. It wasn't working. Whatever's going on. So at this point, I'm like, something is definitely wrong. Because I had once again convinced myself it wasn't real on Sunday when it didn't happen in the morning. And like, it's going all day. Like, all day, nothing happens. But only like in the weird AM, like right after sunrise, is it waking up? Like, going off? What is happening? What is occurring? Question mark. But this morning I texted my landlord and was like, hey, weird thing keeps happening. My smoke alarm keeps going off. He was like, oh, your neighbor said the same thing too. Why don't we'll send someone over to come like take a look and see what's going on. So comes over, you know, this is also still like 8 a.m. I was supposed to have a consultation, but I like can't have a consultation if there's people in my apartment working on things. Comes over, I had to cancel my consultation for this morning. Guy comes over, he's here for a long time. Turns out, we've been talking about the fact that there have been mice, which are from one of my neighbors. They don't keep their apartment very clean. The wires in my smoke detector have been chewed through. They have been fully chewed through. So it's like false alarm setting itself off because of the power. So they had to repair it. So they were in the apartment, like rooting around up in my ceiling, they had to like pull a bunch of stuff down and out and like do a bunch of weird things and replastering and whatever. Oh, so they were here doing that for most of the morning. And I was like, okay, well, I've got people in my house, so I can't shower right now because they're doing that and that would be weird. I guess I'll make breakfast, question mark? Because like, I'm gonna keep an eye on the men I don't know who are in my house doing work. Yeah, the mice do get into the walls. They weren't flying. They were just up, they're just up in the ceiling, I guess. Yeah, they're really, really good at chewing and digging. So there was renovation ruckus. I couldn't take my shower until they left at like noon. And because they were in like up doing work with electrical stuff, they had to shut the breaker off for the apartment. So I couldn't work on any of the things on my computer. So I was like, oh, I need to release my schedule. I need to make my thumbnail for today. I need to do all of these things. But the power is shut out to my whole apartment right now. Ah! I can't make that noise. I'm forbidden. Don't let me make that really weird, like, growling scream that I do. I'm not allowed. I'm not permitted. Yell at me if I do that. But I spent this morning and I was like, no, don't do this to me. So as soon as they left, I was like, hey, shower, schedule, all of the things. Thank you for bonk. Yeah, yes, the rats are crazy and the rats can chew through concrete. I did know that. Yeah, so they are crazy. But anyways, that was my morning. I hope you guys had a remotely less intense Monday than I did. Let me catch up on things because there were a couple follows that I missed in my storytelling. I'm a little bit locked out right now. We'll fix that. Shaylon Dragon, Ara Angelique, Lucothea, and Daff. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Mondays are always a little intense. I know. Last Monday I was having period cramps and I was like, I'm not gonna cancel 2 Mondays in a row because then I start getting in my head about it. I like being here. I prefer to be here. Like I'll start getting in my head if I miss too many days, and I'm already missing other days this week too for Otakon. I was like, oh, come on, don't do this to me, come on. Wave, hello. Pretty easy day, just doing cleanup after house repairs. Oh, yeah, I'd imagine that is a lot of cleanup. Interesting. Huh? I've got a lot of OCs to show off, and Jay doesn't go to the lab naked. I'm feeling productive. I don't know what that means. Jay doesn't go to the lab naked. Good for them. Lab safety is important. Don't ever go to a lab naked. You should be wearing proper clothing when you go to labs, potentially. I saw today a wild rat for the first time. I don't know if I've ever actually seen a wild rat. I've seen a lot of wild mice, but I don't know if I've actually seen a wild rat before. Even when I was in New York City, I haven't seen rats, I don't think particularly. But they're just little guys. They're cute. First time catching you live. Hello. Hi. Welcome in. Never seen a rat or a mouse that I can remember. Oh, I've seen a lot of them, but I grew up in the woods, so they were just kind of always around, and the cats caught a lot of them. Yeah. Applied for 15 jobs? Dang, congrats. I am proud of you. That is a lot of work. Yippee. So let me do housekeeping fast quick here. So, e.g. housekeep. Not a lot to housekeep on this week because I'm going to Otakon and there's a lot going on and a lot of things to get past, and then there'll probably be more stuff coming up. So this week, today, Vtuber design critiques for live viewers. What that means is I will have a redeem on Twitch, and then on YouTube, I'm going to have, I'm trying to figure out the best, YouTube is always hard to figure out how to do for this. How do we submit our VTuber designs? Through the critique form for YouTube, because there's not a way to like check in for that. I don't know what the best way of having you guys do it is. If you guys have any ideas, I don't know. I don't want to tell you just come over to Twitch and redeem something, but like it's weird to try it. YouTube doesn't give me many options, unfortunately, for stuff. I wonder if I could use the Q&A function maybe for it? I'm not sure. We'll figure it out, but it'll be redeem or whatever we can do for YouTube, and I will grab one of those. You'll have to tell me what your name is in some manner, and then I can go into the form and grab it. So that is today. on Wednesday, because we won't be live on Thursday, on Wednesday we're going to hopefully, finish going through the designs of the characters for from date everything. Yeah, maybe I will go back and forth between YouTube and Twitch, where I'll pick one of the ones where on Twitch at least you guys can redeem the thing and I can just go in that order. But on YouTube, maybe I will just have everyone, I'll be like, hey, ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam. Or like I'll send a message and then after that, I'll grab the first person on YouTube from that after that, maybe? Question mark? Something like that. We'll alternate, we'll figure out a solution to it. Yeah. But Wednesday we'll be finishing.
Hey Gary Gang, it's me King of the UK as of Sunday. Please donate your rocks and pebbles for my coronation party at Stonehenge. Also e.g. the airport wouldn't allow me to pay in rocks, so I may have had to use the stash of fish crackers that you kept in the pantry. It took a lot of them to bribe them so I can repay in the prettiest of rocks, but only one of them.
There's a lot to unpack there, Gary. Hang on. King of the UK as of Sunday. What happened to Sunday? That was yesterday. As of yesterday? As of yesterday, you're the king of the UK? Have you dethroned? What is it? I don't even know who the current king guy is. Prince William? No, he's not Prince anymore. King William? Who is currently that guy? I guess Charles? Yeah, maybe Charles? I don't keep up. Did you dethrone Charles? Gary? Charlie? Will is his son. Oh, okay, first question. What happened Sunday? What did you do? Am I gonna hear some news this morning that something happened to Charles and you have just admitted to a crime live on my stream, Gary? Second of all, donating rocks and pebbles for coronation at Stonehenge. You paid for your flight using my fish crackers? Dizzy. You paid for your flight using my fish crackers? What? What? Why am I slightly rotated also? They accepted that? Okay, I guess that's fine. I guess that does work. It just single-handedly offends all the UK. I don't think they're going to be offended by me not knowing who the king is. I'm not from where they live. The same way I would not be offended if they didn't know who our guy is. Because, like, the king isn't really in charge,
need not
I don't
care
think.
for the human monarchy. Humph.
Oh, okay, that's fair. So you've just self-appointed yourself as king. That makes sense. I see. Okay, I follow. I'm also not very happy that you stole from my fish cracker stockpile, because you could have just asked. You could have just asked me. You could have just asked, and I would have let you have it. I know they say asking for forgiveness is better than permission, but, like, I don't really stand by that all the time, and I think you should have just asked for permission, because I would have said yes anyway, but now you're doing things behind my back, and I don't know how I feel about that, Gary. Shame on you, yeah. Shame on you, Gary. Stealing is more thrilling? Gary, do you not live a thrilling enough life as is? Because I feel like your life is already pretty thrilling, in a way where you wouldn't need to do that. It's already interesting, yeah. Stealing is wrong and bad when you were stealing, especially from me. I help you, I provide things for you. You wouldn't put a king in timeout. Oh, is that what you think? Is that what you think? Oh, that's what you think? Okay, hang on. Try me. Yeah, you really thought I wouldn't. That's what you get. Gary's been banished to the Shadow Realm for his actions against me. I'll come back. I'll let him out of timeout at some point, but Gary, you gotta behave. He's learning too many things from all of you, and they are not good things he's learning from you, so that's what you get. Everyone, you find out. So, what else did I have? Housekeeping! So those are the things we're doing this week. For extra credit, I am not announcing our next extra credit this week. I'm taking a week between, so I can start to get things figured out for the showcase a little bit more. For the showcase for the art fight attacks. So, with that in mind, Shroommates, if you'd be so kind as to submit your drawings that you made for last month's extra credit to the art fight attacks against Shroommates channel in the Discord before August 10th, if you would be so kind. We will have a new extra credit after. Oh, many a redeem happening here right now. So do that before the 10th.
You may put a shroom in timeout, but you may never cage its shroom.
That's true. Gary is speaking to us from the beyond right now. Thank you for the bits, Soma. Gary, sometimes I can still hear his voice. He's here somewhere in spirit with us. He's still in timeout, though. He'll come back eventually. So, did I have any other housekeeping things to say? Ooh, I can't think of off the top of my head. Oh, but I do have one more just like really brief yap topic to talk about before we lock in for critiques, so that way I'll actually be able to focus. And this is just something that I have been thinking about extensively that is a very funny thing to me, at least. So I don't know how many of you have had this experience where, you know, at some point in our lives, because the characters that we know and enjoy and love don't age, we eventually grow to a point where we are older than those characters, right? We like surpass them. My first crisis of this type was when I found out that I was older than the characters of Final Fantasy 15. And I was like, there's no way, that doesn't actually make any sense, because all of them are so much more mature. Like, all of them could very easily be in their late 20s. The fact that I think, the youngest of them is like 19 is so strange. So strange to me. So, yeah. So that was strange, but I don't really experience that very often anymore. Like, I've reached an age where I am older than most of the characters that I enjoy in media. I don't know if most of them, but a lot of them are younger than me. But I was talking last week, I think maybe like last Friday or so, about how my sister keeps doing this thing, my Cilium sister, Shroom sister, keeps doing this thing where she gets me into something only to abandon me in it, where she gets into it for a little bit, gets me really into it, and then she is no longer interested in it, which just wounds my soul. It does just harm me, because then I'm excited about it, and then I don't have anyone to talk to about it because she actually doesn't care anymore. So, we were talking about it last week with the context of Uma Musume, which she got me into, and now she's like, well, there's not gonna be any new stuff for my favorite for a long time, so I don't care. Because I think her favorite is Special Week, but I'm not certain. I'm not sure. I think it's Special Week. But she was like, there's not gonna be any new content for my favorite for a while, because she looked at the global thing, or not the global, the Japanese release schedule. She was like, all right, well, I'll do my dailies, and like, that's it. That's all. I really don't care otherwise. I just want more of her story and more things about her. Which is fine. But now I'm addicted to Uma Musume. And the second thing that she did was, this was a long time ago, but once upon a time, she was like, hey, there's a K-pop band I like. They have got cool fashion. I think you should look at them. I think you'd like their like general aesthetic. I was like, sure, okay, that's cool, that's fine. P1 Harmony. Yeah, they're cool. They're funny. They're interesting fellas. I have never been under any impression about how old these fellas are. They're so Gen Z. They're so Gen Z. I never was under any doubt that any of those fellas were older than me. They're not. They're all younger than me. But my sister, we were talking last week. I was like, have you listened to their new music? It's good. They've got some good new stuff. It's fun. And she was like, I found out that my favorite member is like 4 years younger than me, and I don't know what to do about it, and it freaked me out, and now I can't listen to them anymore because now I'm freaked out. And I was like, girl, you gotta get over it. Girl, you gotta get over that. Like, they're all adults. It is okay. Also, second off, bruh, your all-time favorite group of all time, you're older than half of them also. I had to be the bearer of bad news to her which I don't understand how she didn't realize this. Her bias of all time is Felix of Stray Kids. She's older than him. Not by a lot, but she's older than him. And I was like, girl, why is it such a problem for them, but not for him? And then the light left her eyes when I let her know that. Yeah, she's not exclusively interested in older folks, and it's not even like it's not that she's like interested in them either. I think she just got, like, she's not like the kind of fan that has like a crush on them either. Although maybe a little with Felix. She might have a little bit of a crush on Felix. But with P1 Harmony, it was just like, I think she just like looked up to them in some way or something, where like she found out Kiho is, I think, 23. He's their leader, and she's so like irrevocably weirded out, because I guess for her, I could tell they were Gen Z. It was no surprise to me at all in any way, shape, or form. Her bias is turning 25 this year. Yeah, Felix effect is real. Yeah, everybody loves Felix. You can't not love Felix, probably. But anyways, it was just so funny. It was like a hand on her shoulder kind of moment where I was like, I need you to look me in the eye. Look me in the eye. It's gonna be okay. You can like them. You can like them. It's okay. You can like the band. You can like their music. You can like the way that they dance. You can think they're really funny and cool, and the fact that they're younger than you doesn't change that. You can't just stop being weird about it. Why are you being weird about it? So it was very funny, yeah. And you could admire someone who's younger, yes. And it's not like any of these guys are like 16 or something. Like, as you know, I can understand that being a concern, especially in K-pop. Like, they debut people really young. And granted, this group did debut a couple of them very young. But at this point, I think they're all over 20. So it's not that weird. You're never gonna be able to get into like newer groups in K-pop if you're weirded out by being older than them. So I don't know. I was like, okay, well, if this is gonna be your issue, I don't know, listen to NCT or something. I don't know what to tell you. ATs. Pick a group, different group. Just pick a different one. But how dare you get me into this group and then abandon me here? But it was a very amusingly dramatic conversation I had with her. I was like, oh girl. What can you do? So anyways, I had to just speak about that for a second, because I was like, I don't think it's crazy to not just be like, that's normal, that's fine, like whatever. Generally think around the age 25 to 30, the age gap doesn't matter as much. You start forgetting how old people are. That's true. That is true. I mean, I think for her, it's more so that like the youngest member of that group is like 4 or 5 years younger than her, and on the younger end of 20, so therefore maybe that is a little bit weirder, but I really don't know. To me, I get that on some front, because it might be how I feel about meeting other VTubers, in that like they're the age of my students, but like at the same time, they are still full-grown adults. Like, that's not like anything strange. I wonder what she's listening to them for. No, well, her favorite member, I think the reason she got weirded out by it, I don't even know how to just explain this. Her favorite member is the rapper, like the lead rapper from P1 Harmony, who I think is the youngest member. And I think she just feels weird about it, because she's not like interested in him in any manner like that at all. I think Felix is the only one she was ever like that with, but like, I don't know. These characters are younger than me, and yet they actually have their life together with likable personality traits dying. Yeah, I think it's more so that. I think it's that she's getting weirded out by the fact that like, he is like at a position in his life and career where he seems so much more mature. Although, I don't know, it's so strange. K-pop stans get weird about it too. Yeah, it's perplexing. I don't really know how to just explain it, but she is a little bit weirded out by it. I'm not. I'm like, okay, all right, well, I'll keep listening to music, I guess, and I'll learn their dances, I guess, without you. Fine. I'll just enjoy it myself. Not that we can afford, because the reason I was asking her is because I was gonna say they're going on tour in, they're gonna be literally like in our backyard in, like October, and I was like, oh, it'd be so fun if we could go see them. I've not gotten to go to a concert in so long, and their shows are really good. So I was like, I want to go. I want to go see it. It's so expensive. We can't go anyway. So, you know, maybe for the better that she can't afford it. We're so priced out. Her liking Stray Kids, we're never gonna be able to afford to see them, ever. But I was like, oh, P1 Harmony, they're not that huge. They're big. They've won some awards, stuff like that. Cool, they're getting bigger. There were no tickets less than $300 for the location near us on this tour. I was like, nope. False. No. Will not. Which is crazy, because I almost saw them 2 years ago, and it was gonna be $60 for me to get a decent ticket, and now I really regret it. I regret it so bad. I regret it so bad. I should have gone. But I was in grad school and I would have had to travel for it. I'm like, oh, dang it. What can you do? Part of that is they have PR training. Like, they have to watch what they're saying. Might be why they seem more mature. Maybe, but if you were to see this group, they're a bunch of goofballs. So I don't know how much it's that. I think it's just that she's just wasn't paying attention, and she is also Gen Z. So I think she just didn't realize, maybe. I don't really know. 300? Yeah. There's a couple tickets that are really far away that are like 180 something, but I was like, oh lordy, that is too much. False. So I will not be going. Also, people doing music, if you're only ever supposed to like music around your age, that's dumb. See, that is also what I'm saying here, is that like, I don't have really any interest in them for like, the interest I have in them is they're good singers and they're good dancers. Like, and so it's not weird to be, I don't know. Donathon for concert ticket, false, no. No, I don't need to go. I will be a-okay not going. And once again, as we were saying, with me going to things like Otakon, it'll wreck my health just a little bit to go. So for this, I'm like, $300 for me to be in hip pain for like 4 days? Not worth it. So, anyways, why don't we get started now that I got that off my chest? I was like, I just have to like express my confusion about this to all of you. I'm not crazy. I don't think I am. I really don't think so. And she loves to be like, no, it's just you that's being weird about this. You're the outlier here, but no. No, girly. I think you're the outlier. I think it's you. Need to go to the next BTS tour. I'll pass away if I don't. Please don't pass away. Please don't pass away. What is happening with this redeem right now? I have beautiful, gorgeous eyelashes, but also floating sunglasses? Question mark? What's happening? Also, Lilix and Fulovern. Thank you guys for following. So, what we are going to do... Don't look. My skull appears to be missing right now. It's because the redeems are broken. It's because everything's toggling twice, so anything that's on a boolean where it goes on, off... Stop, don't look. Stop. No. No. I know that I talk about my head being empty, but I guess it true. Stop. Nope. Hey. No. No. I'm gonna hide down here until it's over. I'll hide down here. Nope. You're not allowed to look. Haha. I'm too quick. Oh, hang on. I still have full control over me, so no matter what you're trying to do right now, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. You can't get me. Nope. You really thought. Oh wait, I guess it'd be easier if I went up than down, huh? Much easier to hide my head if I went up. You're distracting me. We're supposed to be started. Wow. Oh my god. The ragdoll is really exaggerated. Oh no, my belt is stuck. Okay, alright. Expected the baldness, not that. Yeah, there's a couple things happening. Also, my belt is like trapped inside my leg right now. There we go. Got it. Redeem didn't work. Which one didn't work? Wait, which redeem didn't work? There's a couple that aren't working. It's Twitch's fault. Twitch is being funny. Thank you for hands, though. Yeah, I'm still yapping. It's a Monday. I had a funny day. Need to remove Googly and EG-Raf. Okay. Googly and EG-Raf. Okay. Got it. I'm gonna guess that Linguigi and Fox EG won't work either, because those are also toggles. Uma EG, potentially not. Yeah, okay. And so if that doesn't work, that means Clown EG won't work. That means This Is Fine won't work. That means Luigi won't work. Miku won't work. Squiiji did work. Magic EG did work. Okay. I think all of them. Could you please toggle EG-Raf, because I accidentally didn't refund it? Yeah, I can toggle EG-Raf. We'll do Uma EG-Af. Or we can do them at the same time. Hang on, I gotta do it in here since I turned them off. Hang on. Find my node graph, figure out where the heck it is so I can manually toggle it myself. And then I'll lock in and we will do what we are supposed to be doing. Also, I'm like hiding in the corner right now. Come here. Come here, EG. Where are these in my horrible node graph system? Is this it? No. Here, wait. Remember this one? Hi. This is a good one. We'll hang out like this for a second until I can figure out where the heck those redeems are. That's Cozy G. No. Oh, I got my hair back. That's good. Head pat. No. Oh, if only I had any sort of sense of organization here, it'd be really good. Snowball. Q11J1. Where are they? I just made them. Oh, here's Uma EG. And then this is fine. Where's EG Raf? There, EG Raf. And then I'll stop being wide. There we go. So now everything we toggled should be working. We currently don't have enough redeem slots? Huh? YD, oh, we can't make YDG a redeem. We don't have enough redeem slots. We'd have to vote on some things to remove. We'll get there. So, let me explain. How we're going to do this is, for live critiques, I have a redeem. It's called Here for Live Crit. I will toggle it on. That is what we're going to use on Twitch. On YouTube, I will give you, we're going to alternate. So we're going to start with one on Twitch, then we'll do one on YouTube. For YouTube, what we'll do is I will send a message. I'll count down and I'll send a message. And then after that, in YouTube chat, you will send like your name that you've submitted to the critique form under. So just to make sure you guys are submitted and prepared. Oh, that's not how you spell critique. Make sure your designs are submitted to the critique. It will only cost 1 point. Don't worry. It's not expensive. It's just so that way I can get like a little immediate head count thing so I can see who's there. Speed grabbing your reservations. So yes, it's going to partially be being quick, but I do need your name. So for Twitch fellas, what you should do, type your name that you've submitted under into a chat message. Pick the redeem and have that copied so you can just paste it in and hit go, essentially. For Twitch, we will redo like the submission for each one. Same deal for YouTube. So if you are kind of slow in the first one, don't worry, you'll get another shot to maybe be quicker for the next one. So, are we ready? Are we ready? Also, hi Remy Peach, thank you for following. Are we ready? Are you ready, Shroommates? Rev your engines. So type your name probably somewhere so you can have it to copy and paste. And you'll have to refresh the page probably. Is this a special crit? We're just critiquing live viewers right now. So I needed to do something that didn't require any advanced prep today because I had a really strange morning. But don't start sending your names in the chat. Just type your name so you can copy and paste it because it just has to be in the redeem so I can see what your name is potentially. Yeah. Ready to see, not submit myself? Yeah, no, that's fine. That is fine. So, the redeem will be available in 3, 2, 1. Refresh your page. Like your handle, whatever you've submitted to the critique form under.
Freeform_art.
Достига подкреślenie.
What?
Shay.
Che belle lune.
Huh?
Via Mistra.
What? Huh?
Leia Kothea. Sunizum.
What?
Psycho.
What?
Ambrosia replete area.
Gary!
Nanominyo, Snanaminyo, Sutsu Traveler Utsu Traveler.
Why is it reading all of these?
Pettiness.
Cotton Candy Cross VT.
Ah! Why is the text-to-speech reading all of them? Gary's been possessed! Why is it reading that? It should...
She's rambling gross.
Azit Amonita.
So, I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of voices in my head right now that I don't understand. Okay, so we definitely got plenty. Let me see. Here, who was here first? Mini Karma was here first. So I'm gonna look for you in the critique form under the name of Karma, and we will download that and we will get started. I don't think mine ever sent. Oh, on Twitch? I think it might have. Can we? Might need to get a pinned message of how we were doing the submission because we just did it, and there's still questions about it. We might need to get a pinned message explaining it. Potentially. So give me a second. Let me find karma, and then I might do that. 5. Let's see. Control F. Oh, hang on. Are you mini karma? Karma, what did you submitted under the name of Karma? Okay, wait, I think I found you, potentially. Yeah, Karma, he/she/they, spin the wheel if you're unsure, lol, that's you. Fire elemental, okay. Let me grab ya in that case. And we'll go through the form. Save this in here. 6K to go. Oh, what happened to AG's neck that's new? Yee, kind of. It was new last week. We allowed the ability for me to be a giraffe. It is currently hidden at the moment. Thank you, Gary, yes, for your wise words, though. So here, let's grab Karma, stick you in here. Open up. Oh, where's the folder? Hello? There it is. Here you are. Here's Karma. Let me teleport us to the classroom. Yippee!
I was a bad girl, I did some bad things, I swear I did it all for fun and it meant nothing, it never happened, it was a secret like when a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it.
What, Gary? Pardon? Gary? Pardon? Terrible reference? What is that a reference to? What is that a reference to? I don't know the reference. Karma by JoJo Siwa? Oh no, not JoJo. Oh my god. Billie Eilish? Wait, who is it? Not JoJo? Who is it by? Who is the song actually by? Gary, we have some concerns. Is our concern about Gary's music taste? I don't know that song. Oh no, not that? Huh? Do we not like that song? Is that why we're all oh-knowing? Britt Smith? Huh? Who actually, what is the song actually? Is that not actually it? Karma, thank you for throwing things. Oh, Dungeon Slime, thank you for gifting all the subs. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Can we get some rotation for Dungeon Slime, please? Happy Monday. That was very nice of you. Distraction, gifted subs. Oh, somebody made the song first and then someone else took it? Oh, okay, quick, don't think about the song. Quick, just think about the kindness of Dungeon Slime instead. I almost called you Dungeon Shroom, which I guess you are truly. You are a shroom of the dungeon, potentially. You are a shroom and a slime. But thank you, I appreciate it. That was very kind of you. Dungeon Shroom. Yeah, you've been renamed, I'm so sorry. He/she/who they. Let me get all the details in here. Why is it not oh, it's typing in the wrong place. Did I type that in my chat and send it in my chat? I might have. Whoops. Absorbed into the shroom hive mind. Yeah, it's bound to happen. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Freeform also. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Selma. If you guys weren't tired of rotating, can you rotate a little more for Selma, please? Very kind of you. Also, official Postia, thank you for following too. Let me type. Typing. He/she/they, and then at mini karma.bsky for that, and then we'll grab your text about what you would say about yourself and your design. Hi Squiiji, been a quiet fan of your content on YouTube for a bit, so glad I caught your stream. Oh, well, thank you for stopping by. Welcome in. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I hope you are too. Outfit's a bit messy as I did a paper doll look, then drew over to try different looks and settled on this. Ah, see, that's okay. I think it's clean enough that we can tell what you're intending to go for with the design. So don't worry about that. It's coherent enough that we can tell what's up. We can tell what's going on. And then let me grab your little paragraph here. Grab that. Move this down. You get to watch me do all the formatting here live. Now you'll know how much time I spend putting these together, which isn't that much time. It doesn't take me that long to format them. But it does still take a second. It does take a couple of seconds. I'm 75% of the way towards goal. Oh, for you. Oh. There we go. Love to see it. Yeah. Forgot to add the questions I had about my design and submission. That's okay. If we get to yours, then you can just say them in the chat. And I tend to. I'm pretty on top of it. I don't tend to miss things too much, especially if you highlight it in the chat. I will probably be able to see it, but I do tend to keep an eye out, especially for whoever it is that we're critiquing. So let's do a little read here. So this is Karma, he, she, they, mini Karma, blue sky, fire elemental, inspired by Undertale and Skyrim. Oh. My channel points are fireflies, thus the jar of them held around her waist. I want to go much more cozy and simplistic, as I'm doing it all myself, so I'm unsure of what to add that would matter without being over the top with details. I do a lot of puzzle games or more relaxed stuff like Minecraft and Vintage Story, and I was just wondering how to maybe personalize it more without turning it too complex. How to make her flames lively, how to convey she is like a light source herself on her clothes, a little stumped there. Ah, I see. Okay. Let me think for a second. Also, hi Spacey! Spacey appearing on the YouTube end today. Hello. How are you, Spacey? How are we supposed to submit on YouTube? You guys get to go next round. We'll explain once we get to the next round. Let me, before we start, I also didn't read the rubric. I am all over the place today. I am so sorry. Let me explain the rubric. And also pin comments so we can explain what's going on, and also pin bingo and get all of our stuff out of the way. I kind of jumped ahead here. Whoopsie. So, first, let's do bingo. If you would like to play bingo, which is something we do with the designs just to have fun with tropes, you're welcome to do so. This is how you do it. There's a command, !bingo, and that should bring up a link, which I'm gonna copy and paste so I can stick it in my pinned message. Oh, Corey, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. Hey, can we rotate for Corey too, please? It was very kind of you. If you got gifted a sub by Dungeon Slime, or by Selma, or by Corey, please make sure you're saying thank you. We're not doing the rubric chans in the order they were posted? I thought we were. I thought this one was next. Did I miss one? I think this one was next, but I'm not certain. I'm not sure. Huzzah, bingo. Yeah, bingo. So, play bingo. And then also, EG will alert you when it is time to grab designs from chat. Maybe I put this in the other order. I will tell you. Let me cut that and put it at the top. Also, do you know what's really heartbreaking? The latest Windows update broke the emote picker. So like I can't right click and have emotes anymore, and it's driving me kind of nuts. And play bingo. Lucothea? I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Please let me know how to say it right. I have teacher debuff, but thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed getting to rotate. Yippee. My Magical Girl Rubric Chan, the unfinished version. Oh, you know what might have happened is that since the finished version is further down, I might have accidentally gone to this one first, but do not worry. There will be more. We'll get to all of the rubric chans eventually. We'll have all of them. Okay, there we go. We'll manually unpin that at the end. French name, don't worry, low-key impossible to say to people who speak English. No, but I want to try. I want to rise above the rest. Do we gamba? Not yet. We will. Hang on. Hold on. Let me pin this also on YouTube. There we go. Hi, Necro. Watching your videos lately because I want to get into VTubing or just content creation. Thank you. Of course. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. Oh, don't worry about your skedaddle. Good luck, Mouse Cake. Which stream used my rubric chan? Soul, yours was used. Oh, I actually don't remember, but we've used yours. I have yours downloaded, I'm pretty sure. I think I missed it. You might have to check somewhere. We're doing them in order of posting? Kind of loosely. Kind of loosely. Didn't they end Windows support already? Do they push nonsense updates to annoy people? No, end of support for Windows 10 isn't until October. So there's a couple more months, and I hope they fix it before then. Lakotheha. Lakotheha. Is that close? Am I close at all? Am I at all close in the way I'm trying that? I have sticky notes written down in front of me with how to say people's names. In true teacher fashion, I've taken the notes. Even after October, they're offering an extension for a fee. Ugh, for a fee. I can't update. Oh, did I say ha? Whoops, hang on. Lakothea. They. Oh wait, they ah. Lakothea. For some reason I was you had the correct separation for the letters, but I didn't. L-U-H-C-O T-H-E-H-A-H. Got it. Mine was up before this one now, so I was a bit confused. Oh, I may have just goofed up. In my franticness of this morning, I might have accidentally just grabbed the wrong one. So you'll probably be next week then in that case, don't worry. No, I'm not even close. Lakothe. Lakothe. You might be right. Maybe my weak English mouth is incapable. L-E-U makes a sound that doesn't in English, so it's hard to explain. Ah, I see. I will do my best. Do you have a nickname? Do you go up like Thea or something like that? We could do a nickname maybe instead. I try my best, but yeah, sometimes the English phonetics don't work so well. Liu? Is it Liu? Lu or L-E-W? Lu? Otherwise, we'll figure it out. So anyways, okay. Bingo! If you want to play bingo, I have bingo. Let me get my bingo card ready so I can play bingo with us. Yay! Second, Gamba. How many designs do you think we'll get through today, Shroommates? It has been an hour already. And we are probably going to have the usual about 3-ish hours. Whoops, I put an S on the end of that. Why did I do that? Oh, thank you guys for the hype train. Level 3, let's go. 4, we'll find out. Hang on. I like that you guys are typing your answer. We'll grab the actual system, start prediction. And if I do have to end early because of my voice, I'll just give everyone their shmoney back. So don't worry, but I think we'll be okay. I think I'll be able to hold it together. So there's that, 4 to 5. For YouTube, you guys get a poll. How many designs? You're gonna be typing a million miles an hour. There we go. Set up correctly. 3.261 crits exactly. I'm actually expecting 3.141592653589293. Oh, 58? I used to know a lot of digits of pi. I used to know a lot more digits of pi than that, but I know a couple. I used to know, I think like 70 when I was in middle school. I didn't win. We had a pi competition for Pi Day. I didn't win. I came in like 6th or something. I wasn't even like close to winning, but it was a lot of them that I knew. I know those ones still. What? Let me tell you, I went to the like number 3 public high school in my state as far as academics went. So like I was going to school with people who are geniuses, probably by all metrics. Like the top in my graduating class, I think the difference in GPA and in grades was like down to like 0.0001 between people. I was 20th in my graduating class, and I think I had virtually the same GPA as like the 30 people around me in it also. Like it was kind of ridiculous. My school, not for good reasons, not a smart school, not actually that smart of a school. My school really loved to fail people out if they weren't doing well, which a public school should never intend to do. but they really, really pushed kids out of the school if they weren't doing well and pushed them to go to tech school or pushed them to go somewhere else instead. So it was very much like not a good situation. And my high school experience was way worse than anything I ever did in college. Even my master's degree was easier than high school. So like, not actually a good school. And it's like, we didn't really have a choice. It's where I lived. But if you have the opportunity, when you grow up and you settle down and you figure out where you're gonna live and have kids, take notes on this one. As much as it may seem really cool that your kids are going to go to like one of the top schools in the state, it's probably bad. It's probably actually bad for them to go there. It will either crush their hopes and dreams and spirit or crush it in a completely different way. It's either going to burn them out as like a 16-year-old or they're going to fail out as a 16-year-old because they want them to. Also, the school's like 15th in the state. That's not bad. Just don't go to the bottom of it. Yeah, they were insanely tough. Almost every student in my school was taking AP classes. It was kind of ridiculous. Like when I was in my senior year, the only class I took my senior year that wasn't AP, I think was math, which I was actually shamed for not taking AP math. So like, it was ridiculous. Don't go to a school like that if you can. Same enough folks get failed out. See, that's at least a step better. Our school was not great. Oh yeah, the teachers who, I mean, the teachers did it. It wasn't nice. It was a weird vibe where we went to school. I also went to school in an area where it was a lot of rich kids. We were like super duper perfectly split. It was all these like rich kids, like when I say rich, like McMansion kind of havers, and then like super lower class kids. For the most part, like my family was not very well off growing up. I was on that lower end. Most of the kids on my end were the kids who were failing out, unfortunately. They didn't have resources, and all the rich kids are getting all the benefits of whatever and having the time and the money to stay in school. So it was just a weird time all around in my high school. So why am I tangenting about this? I should focus. Never have I ever disliked an academic institution in my life up until this point. Yeah, there's schools that can be nasty and gross and not kind. So I am so sorry if anyone has ever done that. But yeah, I say this with love. Keys. You're so right. I also with love, keys. So we got Gamba, we got bingo. I did housekeeping. Now it's rubric chan. Now, yeah, we do have the keys now. You can remind me that I am superbly off topic in every way, shape, and form. We do have keymoji now. We have EG's keys to the kingdom, which one of them is a mushroom shaped too. So we have here before us the lovely rubric chan art created by Cotton Candy Floss. Look at them, magical girl. Magical girl, Rubric Chan. Rubric Chan, if she was here to save the day, she is going to save the day from me and my incessant yapping. She is so cute. Here's the rubric that we use to grade our designs, to try and be as objective as physically possible. Try and remove as much bias from the grading process as we can. In true teaching fashion, this is the rubric I've created. I may very soon be modifying the rubric just to warn all of you. There are some things I want to re-clarify about the rubric to make it more concise or alter the details slightly. We've been using this rubric for well over a year, so I think it's about time we make a little bit of modification to it. But today and Thursday, today and Wednesday, it'll be kept the same. Next week it might be different, just a little bit. Nothing extreme. We're just re-clarifying some things, modifications. But for now, right now, this is how the rubric goes. You can get up to 10 points, 2 points coming from each of one of 5 categories. Those categories being color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. No, everything you know is not a lie. It's not going to invalidate the history for me to have a different rubric in the future. Don't worry. RCK, RC Kiss Barbarian X, thank you for following. Trying to figure out where spaces and names go. So, for a color palette, to get full points, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, well executed. Colors should work well at a distance. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, if colors are clashing or overwhelming. If I am slapping you with color layers left and right, no points. For silhouette, in order to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. By itself alone. You will get no points if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise is just totally in need of more definition. For complexity versus clarity, you will get full points if the model is well-balanced visually, as far as level of detail goes, if those details support the focal point without being excessive, and if I could turn you into a cute little marketable plush without having to remove all the elements of you that make you you. You will get no points, however, for complexity versus clarity if the model is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if it does not pass the plushie test. For focal points, the focal points to get full points should be well executed. Those focal points should be primarily the face. You can have multiple focal points, but the face should be the primary one. Say it with me, face, primary. Because the face, and especially your eyes, are how viewers form a connection with you. The eyes are the window to the soul, as they say. You will get no points for focal point if the focal points are fully lost due to low contrast, over detailing, or other very distracting areas taken away from it. For concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design. What this means is that I should be able to determine things like your personality, your species, your occupation, other things about maybe your lore or things that are important to you, what visual motifs you're trying to represent. Just by looking at you. Without your description, I should be able to figure those things out. You will get no points if I can't figure that out, if the concept is unclear, or if you just don't have a concept. You should, as a VTuber, do yourself a favor and have a concept. If you do not have any kind of concept, you're doing yourself a disservice in your design, unfortunately. You can also, potentially, get up to 3 bonus points, 1 for each of the following. Super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, having a unique, exciting art style, or if I put you on the fridge, because I just really like your design. What if the concept is to hide the concept? Why would the concept be to hide the concept? Why have the concept, then, if the point is to hide it? On one hand, if it is something where you are planning for there to be a big reveal of it later, where it's like, oh, I'm just a normal little human guy, yay! And then, like, your plan is that in 6 months you're going to have a second model, like, debut or something, and then that'll come out and be cool at that point? Sure, I could see that on a conceptual basis. However, otherwise, I don't know if that makes sense, because I don't know why you would want to spend all that time designing something only for it to not be something that is replaced like that? I don't know. Nesting doll of concepts? Interesting. I feel like it could be made to work in some way, but don't know. It could be interesting, but that sounds like a lot of work that I don't know if the payoff would be that much for. Who knows? Psycho's Jeff, not Gary, I guess? Huh? What? Design on the fridge, proud moment. Yeah, I like putting people on the fridge. Live suggestions, a 3-for-1 image for you, make things easier in grayscale, silhouette, and everything. Oh, thank you, Karma, very kind. VTuber models your brand packaging, first impression to a new viewer. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I feel like having a hidden concept is maybe not super beneficial. Just because you're not going to be able to sell them on your branding or sell them on you. Granted, your personality should be really what is winning people over, but your design does do a lot of that legwork too in VTubing. That's kind of half the interest in VTubing for people. They would, if they didn't mind what things look like, they'd be watching somebody who doesn't use a face cam at all, potentially. It's important for first impressions still. Yeah. Worst rating? We're gonna pin this on the fridge? What do you mean worst rating? The best ratings get those ones. What do you mean? Let me grab from the Discord the design, and then we will get started. For realsies this time, I swear. At 3:19 p.m. Just in case. Thank you. I will grab that. Does make it easier because you're not, you are attached to your background. So we'll keep that nearby. So, we read this like 10 minutes ago. Let me just skim it again real quick just to make sure I'm seeing all the points still. So, Fire Elemental, inspired by Undertale and Skyrim. Fireflies in a jar. Cozy and simplistic. Likes puzzle games, relaxed stuff. How to personalize it without being too complex. Make the flames more lively. How to convey like a light source on a clothes. A little stumped there. So, my first suggestion to you, I think, is that what you need, and I think you're feeling that you need this, is more specificity in your design, where right now, this is not a super specific fire shape. This feels like it could be a fire shape I could see just about anywhere. And then I'm feeling sort of similarly about the dress too, where it is an all one color dress with a fur trim. It doesn't feel like it's specifically tailored to you inherently. So my suggestion here would be to pull some inspiration sources. And when I looked at your fire for your head, the first thing I was thinking of is Promare. Are you familiar with Promare? Karma. Have you seen, who makes Promare? I can't, is it Studio Trigger? I think they made Promare? Oh, don't give me AI mode. Go away, YouTube. You were so not helpful. The hair, I want to make it animated and move, so the shape is a little more generic. Fair, but think about what you can form with the shape of the fire more so. Where, if I'm remembering correctly, Promare, like one of the whole angles of the plot, yeah, it's the firefighter anime movie. Where is the fire? I need to see the fire from Promare. They stylize the fire in a very particular manner. Oh, Leo, you look so scary here. It's very colorful, but they make it super geometric so that it's very unique to them. You could recognize fire from Promare just about anywhere. Do you see? So it's teal and pink. They're really high contrast. The shapes are super angular and jagged. And as a result, this fire feels really specific. It feels like it was designed specifically for this show and for these characters. And even further, I think all of these characters have their own way, like I forget what they're called, but all the characters who can use the fire have their own way of using it, and they have their own little like suit designs that they use it from, and the fire comes out of them in different shapes. So I feel like specificity is going to be your friend here, where even if you are planning to animate it, think about what big overall shapes you can make with it. Right now it's kind of a generic shape that might reference hair a little bit. Oh, where is my drawing pen? Hello? Hi, Revity! Promare's amazing. Yeah, it's Trigger. I love Promare. I love Promare. Oh, the burnish. Yeah. I have not seen Promare in years. But even if, you know, your hair's kind of all round, it doesn't really come to any particular bigger overall shape. I need to make this even bigger. I'll fill the background back in white. Too bad. There we go. What if instead of being shaped like this, your hair, I'm not saying it has to be angular, but I just draw kind of angularly. But, you know, you could have much bigger cutouts on top of your hair where it's like, you know, here's a smaller piece, here's the blue really zigzagging up across in a way that this makes this feel almost like horns or something. Or if you had just like more little negative space cuts out inside of it, because that's something neat with fire, which is that sometimes you get these little like inclusions where, you know, it's looping back in and touching something, but you get some sort of negative space inside of it. You have these sparks, but they don't really change in size all that much. You could have even like smaller ones that drift up with it. But then we're creating a more particular shape, more specific to you. And even like this, we don't need to do this shape. You could say, all right, maybe I want this to be giving as far as the vibes of the character go. We've got a lot of spiky stuff. Maybe we want it to extend more like all out in all directions, almost like the fire is radiating out of your face instead of going up. It doesn't have to pertain to how gravity is working. So you could then just exaggerate how all these pieces are coming out just a little bit more. And then it radiates out of you, and then that feels more specific in that manner as well, right? Hi, Flamand. Could, but I worry too overworked or to go too much of it, especially if I do everything myself. That's fair. What I would suggest to you, and this might sound like crazy as a suggestion, but there are ways that you can make shaders in Blender that aren't that crazy to simulate fire, and then you could trace over it. That might sound crazy to suggest, but I've done that before. I'll see if I can find you a tutorial for it maybe, but it doesn't take that much. You can draw over it, and you can control things with those kinds of shaders about how they make the shape work. Try making the hair lineless if you're rigging in Live 2D. Yeah, having it be lineless might also help too, where it won't be as particular, and especially if it's like fading out at the edges, that could also help with it. But yeah. Also, I have pinned at the top the information for submitting, which is that I will alert you guys when it is time to do the submissions. But otherwise, you can just do ! Critique. No, not crazy. Still have to do research for how to make them move in Live 2D. Ah, okay. The other thing you could do for Live 2D is that you might not even need to make a fully hand animated thing. I would look into fire simulation even in like After Effects or something, where maybe you can export that fire simulation from somewhere else to make it easier on yourself. So you aren't fully from scratch hand animating fire, because that's going to be potentially a lot of work. But then you might be able to have better control over it, or then you can just modify it and have that as a starting point to kick off of. So first, that. Secondarily, the other thing that I think also addresses a concern you had, which is how to make the fire feel like it's giving off light, is contrast. So the reason I've pulled these screenshots here, this fire only feels bright because it's surrounded by things that are dark. Here, the fire doesn't really feel so bright because it's in a bright, well-lit scene, but the craziness of the lighting and the beautiful, beautiful spot blacks that they use in this do make it feel like almost this is what's lighting the arm or other parts of the design, but it's just because it's so high contrast and high saturation that it still feels really bright. So the two angles that you could go for to try and push lighting in this is either going to be casting really extreme highlights onto the model, which I can see you're doing a little bit of. Think about light direction here more, where maybe it would be casting against there, but if you have, might have to use the gold. This top edge be a lot more affected by it, and then, you know, maybe we can see it like trailing down the arm a little bit, where the light is reaching it. Just more exaggeration with it, I think will help, but we'll have to, let me change the layer style so that way we're not having a clarity trouble. Nope, not glow dodge. Can you add glow, please? And the more you increase the contrast, the brighter it's gonna feel like your character is glowing. And then similarly, I'm wondering, I don't know if it'd be high enough contrast, but if you were to swap some of your line art from being black to being white, that might also make it feel like you're glowing a little bit more too. Let's see. The contrast might be too low. And if that's the case, we might be able to just add some darker things around it. I cannot have any pressure flow. Actually, that contrast isn't as bad as I thought it might be. Twin buns that look like will-o-wisp style fireballs. Yeah, that could be cute. You can use clipping mask to make those inclusions. Yeah. I feel that there needs to be something on the dress so it's not one solid color. Yeah, so we'll get to that. So first I wanted to say, if you want to do something with the color, or with making it feel like it's really truly glowing, more contrast. Things only feel bright or dark because they are that way in relationship to each other. Things are only bright and dark via contrast. It's like one of those things you learn when you're drawing still lives at school. I hate drawing still lives. I understand. I'm not the only one. Ooh. But we draw them for a reason. It's to prove the way that lighting works. Similarly, I'm also wondering if maybe it's just because you haven't rendered yet. But I wonder if we had just like a brighter center of the face. We might have to do something different with the way that your facial features are working. I might not be able to do that white thing I had on there. There's that up here. I don't think I like that hair shape as much as I like the other hair shape. But if you brighten some of it, that will also help make it feel like you're glowing. That way, even the fire itself is tapering to being darker. It doesn't have to be that extreme, but do you see, you do feel like you're emitting light now. Yeah. Actually love drawing still lives? Really? That's so interesting. I will say I enjoy them a lot more now. I gotta be careful, I'm not talking in the way that I should be for my voice to survive. I didn't love drawing them when I was in school. I like drawing them now that I'm not graded on them and that I can be stylistic about the way I approach them. But there's a very specific reason why we're taught to draw them, and it's so that we can figure out how to differentiate the edges of things without having to rely on line. It's so that we can differentiate things just by using value, potentially. Very spooky, right? Glitchy is... Oh man, Glitchy is not working either? That one's not a toggle though. Why wouldn't that one work? Oh, Twitch, you've really been betraying me lately. If Glitchy's not working, that's gonna mean TonyG's not working either. What is this nonsense? Same with RGBG. Oh, no. We get nothing. Tarnation. Oh no, I can manually do it. I don't know why the sound was so loud. It was way louder than usual. I think it's because it played it twice on top of itself. Cozy G didn't work either. Cozy, he's not a toggle either. Darn it, this is so perplexing. Twitch, why do you keep doing this to me? I'm so sad because it's totally outside of my control. Aw. Even though I'm a software engineer nowadays, I remember loving going to this art camp as a kid. I actually really liked doing still lifes. That's so interesting. I wonder if it's because you enjoyed that it was sort of methodical, maybe? Maybe that's what the enjoyment of it was. For me, I didn't enjoy it just because I'm really slow at drawing. So having enough time to get through it was not... Ouchie! Having the time to get through it was difficult. And then also, it was just not very interesting because we weren't allowed to listen to music. So I just found it to be incredibly boring. And that's also all I got to do in school for years and years and years. It got to being like too repetitive. Everyone's a little too focused on realism where I like stylization. So it was just boring in that way maybe. But there's a good reason to do them. If you enjoy them, honestly, power to you for that because it's going to help you a lot. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Revity. I'm looking at this wonderful glowing fella staring into the sun. Can we rotate for Edward, please? Thank you for gifting a sub. Now Revity can rotate with us. So, there we go. So now we've added a little bit more lighting, which does add some interest as well here. The second thing I think that I would push you to look into is research for the clothing. The way that this dress is cut, I would say is kind of on the generic side. It doesn't feel super specific. The neckline is really broad and wide, and it's the same shape as the bottom of the hem is. It's also, other than where you've put this, it feels very symmetrical. It looks like this might be on one shoulder and off the other. But if that's the case, I would push you to exaggerate it a little bit more, maybe. Let me grab this. So that we can see more clearly that it is much higher on one side than the other. There we go. Bigger shapes will make it feel more specific, and especially if we're getting some weight out of it, where like, if this one feels like it's flopping down a lot more, that'll feel more specific. If we're implying that there's some change to the neckline here, that'll feel more specific. If we can see the way that the clothing has been stitched together or manufactured in some way. Oh man, the contrast isn't very high right now, hang on. Might need to do that in a different color. But if I could see that there's some sort of seam or something that is showing me how this is constructed, that might help. But I do think you need to do maybe just a little bit of fashion research. Fur was kind of shaped to remind the way I drew the flames didn't come across. No, I can see that it's similar to the way that you're drawing the flames. I think it just needs to be more exaggerated. When you're going for a character that is this pared down, you sort of have to push more the elements that you do have remaining. And then you have these little pins on here. They feel like they're just kind of tacked on, unfortunately, right now. I would say that there might be a better way of including them. I don't think, realistically, people would pin something to a fur trim like that. We might need to find a different way of incorporating them, where maybe you have something else that people would put a pin onto, where you are wearing, like, some sort of jacket under this. Or maybe this, instead of being... Oh, hang on, wait. One of the best solutions to making clothing feel specific, layering. Layering helps so much. So what if, instead of being handled like this, what if, I'm only saying this because I want to keep the blue for part of it, maybe we change the inside after, but what if maybe you were wearing instead like a fur-trimmed jean jacket? That way, you know, we could have the fur sort of cascading down the sides a little bit, and then if it's sitting at an angle, then we can tell more clearly also that the We could figure out a neckline in here somewhere. But then we'd be able to tell more clearly also that the jacket is leaning off of one side more extremely words. We just fill this in real quick. I'm not really like blurring everything together properly. We could pick a neckline that feels more specific to have on under it. And then with the fur shape, I still feel like this needs to be really big and exaggerated up over the top of the shoulder. But then, you know, if we have that this is a jacket, it can hang much lower on one side than the other, almost like a cropped jacket or something. Kind of hard to see right now with the colors I've used, but it's just like a lighter blue. Just so we can see it. I'm not saying that this is potentially the color to go with for something like this, but just so you can see what I'm doing. Potentially. Yeah. So if you start thinking about layering, that is a surefire way to make things feel more specific. And even if you want to, it doesn't have to be like a full jacket either. You could have it be cropped, you could have it be, I don't know, shorter in the sleeves. Look at specific styles of actual fashion pieces, and that will help a lot. That is my favorite thing to do when I'm trying to figure out designs. And you could even say, all right, for the sleeves, okay, these are actually rolled up around the wrist. That feels more specific. But then now we haven't added a lot of detail, but now it feels a little bit more specific to the design. Yeah. Cool, hanging from the little chain. You could hang them from the chain. I was still thinking about potentially saying that they might work best as pins on the leather jacket, or leather, whatever material we're thinking of. If not leather. But, what were they? A little heart? And with the heart, I would say keep it within your color palette. You're very cool toned overall. So having that one little pop of really intense red on the collar was a little distracting. And I think you had an ace pin on was what you were wearing. Is that what it was? Yeah. We put these colors in the right order. Asexual that I am, I will never put the colors in the right order for honestly any flag. I am so bad at it for some reason. But there you go. You could have buttons. You could mimic the fact of the way you've done these colors here, and you could have a gold zipper that's particular. I see you have a little bit of a heart motif going on, so you could continue that in the hardware for the jacket if you wanted to. You could have buttons, stuff like that. So into adding a bunch of subtle color shifts, that could also be fun. I do agree with that, where your hair almost makes you feel a little bit iridescent. So you could come in and say, okay, well, it's not a color layer. You could just have subtle color transitions in places. Oh, green bordering, that might not be the nicest way to do it, but like bringing like purples or blues into things, add a little bit of interest could be fun. Oh, that green is so not nice here for some reason. Why is that happening? Why is it not actually making it green? It's making it really weird and dark. Purples, let me blend this out. It's a little bit too intense right now. That could add some interest to it in some way. Add an effect of the starry night on the blue dress. You could do that. If you're going to, I would say to keep it pretty subtle. A lot of the times when we add things like stars to designs, especially designs that are intending to be more pared down, they end up feeling a little bit overwhelming. We tend to over detail. So if you wanted to add something that feels like a starry sky, I would say to maybe keep it in the color palette that you have and keep it really like minimal in its interpretation, where, you know, I'm just drawing constellations, but that might be something where it's going to be subtle enough that it's not going to be too intense. It will add maybe some nice detail. Oh, raid! Who is here? Hey, shroommates, rotate. We rotate for the raiders. It's me, Snowy. Am I reading that correctly? I might be. Hi, welcome in. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Today we are critiquing designs of live viewers. Welcome in. How was your stream? Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. What were you up to? It's not letting me snoop on you, unfortunately, but I hope you had a good stream. Love your art. Just did some art. Oh, art, you say? You just did some art? Did you say that? Hey, shroommates, did you hear that? Hey. Would you care to pay art tax? Would you care to show us what you were working on? Little self-taught artist? Hell yeah. Can we see? Can we snoop? We're a little bit nosy. We love to see what people are up to in their drawings from stream. I want to see. How do I show it? If you send us a link to something like a Discord link or a Twitch link, not Twitch, Twitter link, those things will work. Moobot might yell at you, but Moobot's just mean for no reason. So I will be able to grab it, thankfully, regardless of how it is sent. But a link is the best way of doing it. If you would like me grab, yeah, go for it. But thank you for stopping by. I've had a fun time with drawing. If you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or potentially snork-me-me-meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are also welcome to do so, but I would push you to consider your health first. I'm just clarifying edges of some things because right now it's kind of hard to see. I didn't really pick bold enough colors for some of the parts, but this is feeling a little bit more specific. I'm also wondering about like, oh, like hardware. Like you could even have like chains that run in other places. You've got this lightning bug down here that's strapped to the leg, but I feel like that's gonna be running, like moving around like crazy in a way that might not be practical, unfortunately. So I feel like, where was I doing this edit? I feel like I should have gone even lighter with this color, potentially. Let me this. I know I said this wasn't gonna be the permanent color, but it's bugging me that it's not. It doesn't have enough contrast right now. There we go, that's a little better. Nice light colored jean jacket. BRB, hopefully. Oh, hopefully. Okay. Let's see. That's a little better amount of clarity happening. Oh, and you know what? These glow layers should actually be up on top. So that way I can draw under them. Oops, and the color will be correct. Nope. Nope. There we go. Layer should be. That way the glow, yeah, there we go. Now everything will make sense. There we go. So, potentially more layers to the clothing if possible. Little bit of detailing, subtle, but just try and find specific objects of clothing to reference. Oh, Moobot. Yeah, Moobot's just mean. It's supposed to accept links from Twitter, but it's kind of hit or miss with whether it does or not. It's just a little silly, but don't worry, I got it. Lightning bug redeem is a cool concept. Remember, if you're streaming, bust up, it might not be seen. That is also true, unfortunately, that it might not be seen. So it might be good to have them hanging out somewhere else higher on the design too, potentially. Ooh, let me copy and paste this into here so the roommates can see the art tags. Got a lot of art posted on my account. Hee. Meow. Look at this one. Look at this. Look how cute. Look, yummy. I like the detailing that you've done in like the bodice area. It almost feels like it's embroidered in, or what would you call that? Where you use the way that you've stitched the fabric construction of it. It's just neat. It's cool. Yeah. Thank you for sharing this with us. It's very cute. Arties. Texture. Yeah, it does add nice texture. Love, 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 love. Yeah. It's cute. The colors are nice for the dress too. It's lovely. Thank you for sharing with us. Delicious, delectable little art snack here. Thank you. Yeah. My little persona. Oh, your persona is very cute. Thank you for stopping by also and sharing your art with us. It is very nice to look at. Composition, this is where you're able to have the face be the focus despite not being center. See, yeah. That's one of the greatest skills to have, is doing things off center usually is the most interesting for any kind of composition. You want asymmetrical compositions usually, but managing to keep the face as a focal point takes some skill. So yeah, hair shapes are cool. Yeah, I agree. It's nice. It's cute. Anything but centered. Thank you for sharing it with us. I appreciate it. Make the sparks that are coming off the head look more round, like how people draw stylized fireflies. Ooh, that is true. I don't know where I was drawing those, on what layer, but you could do them like that. And then right now, since you're on a light background, I can't really do it. But if you had like the little, hang on, I got this. I got this. If you handle them like this, but on a dark background instead of on a light background, let me just Proof of concept. Where was the part that I drew that's not that? Kind of. Hang on. You can make them glow on a dark background, which might be nice if your background is darker. So I would consider your overlay, Karma, what you're going to be against. Having something that's darker will probably be in your benefit. Got one art piece I'm really proud of. Go work. It's always good to have one of those. Have one that really feels like the one. You've done it. Feels like the one. I feel ya. The other things here, Karma, so as far as color design goes, the blue, the green, the purples, they are nice. They do work well together. I do agree that I think we needed a little bit more color blocking breakup in the body. Thank you for the hydrate. Why was it like 6? There were like 6 of them. There were so many. Oh my gosh, the cookies don't stop either. That sounded like way more than double hydrate. That sounded like quadruple hydrate. Double hydrate's just a little bit extra. I don't know what's happening. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us sub to Mini Karma too. Thank you. Can we rotate for Edward a little bit? Not the ad, no. We're always getting ad braked. Thank you, Edward. It's very kind. Crazy redeems. Yeah, the redeems are not listening to me today, unfortunately, which is quite frustrating. Also, my Twitch overlay is not working properly either, which is also kind of frustrating. I'm trying to send emotes and it's like, you can't click that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It did sound really cursed. Good old VTuber scuff, but it's not my fault. It's Twitch. It's Twitch's fault. So, for the clothing, I think that you do need to add at least another value to this in order to break it up a little bit more in terms of the color blocking. But the colors you had picked just out of themselves are totally fine. They work well together. I'm not having any clarity issues with them, other than me accidentally causing some clarity issues with the way that I was doing miscellaneous shading. I can fix that, I think. There's it here. I created clarity issues that didn't exist prior. That's me. That's my fault. Here, wait. I can also fix my shading a little bit. There we go. So that all checks out. I just think that you need more... Do some fashion research. I didn't really have a final solution there. But fashion research into the way that clothing is constructed, more specific necklines, looking at maybe some jean jackets or things you can do for layering. As far as your concept goes, I do get the... whatchamacallit, I see the fire angle, I can see some of the Undertale influence. I'm intrigued by the Skyrim influence, because I don't know if I'm seeing that particularly. I'm not sure what is specific about Skyrim that is going on in there. Maybe it's just the inspiration. And then also if we're feeling cozy, adding more layers will add some coziness. Mostly legs and body shape of the elemental. I could push it more. Legs and body shape. Mostly in the attire. I guess because it is a little bit fluffy. I guess I could see that relating to the way that they are dressed because they're in a colder climate. But when I think of Skyrim, I think of much more grungy design potentially. But if that's not something that you are particularly interested in pushing into, you don't have to. I'm just saying if you were intending for people to read Skyrim without being told Skyrim, I'm not sure they're going to get that right now. As far as the silhouette goes, the critique I had about your head was sort of in this direction, where your silhouette was relatively symmetrical because of the way that the coat was posed, but having all these nice little fluffy bits was good for adding some exterior movement. You sent it here. Not bad, but I think we just need more exaggeration, particularly around the head. So that's what I had added there. More specificity in the shape. For complexity versus clarity, I do agree that you do need some more detail. I think the big word that I've used a lot for talking about your design is specificity, and what I mean by that is that things should be detailed in a way that is more directly referencing the reality of clothing or the reality of something. It feels like these were elements drawn from your head without looking at something as a reference. And your brain was filling in the gaps of this is what a fur collar looks like. This is what a dress looks like. This is what fire looks like. go look at some fire, go look at some fur collars, and see the little particularities about how those things work, how they're constructed, the way that, you know, fur forms clumps, maybe, the way that clothing is constructed, having, you know, seams in certain places, different necklines and stuff like that. And I think that'll help push you the extra mile, because it's not that you need to add a lot of details or add more, like, elements, but I think you can workshop the elements that already currently exist to make them more particular, if possible, maybe. Oh, Buns Art Bro, thank you for following. Also, there's a lot of stuff being thrown at me still here. What was going on? That's the public one. Skip the queue of 800 by paying. Oh, nice detail. What am I missing? I think I missed something there. Where was I? Focal points. Your face is very focal, though. I will give that to you. Having the most contrast in color and the most variety of color right around your face, very good for contrast. We are pushing that also a little bit further by increasing the contrast, making it really feel like you're glowing. But I would say your face was already very clearly the focal point. And then for concept and motifs, you have a little bit of a secondary motif. Your primary motif is fire, which you're repeating in the fur shapes. Your secondary motif seems like it is subtly little hearts, which I do appreciate for your belt. That's kind of the specificity that I'm talking about. I want to see this kind of thing, where it's not just generic chain, this is a chain that is specific to you. But I think I need more of the motif somewhere. Is there a way that we could work the heart into the shapes that the hair is making? Or if we want to use the heart, could we work it into more parts of the body? Or particularly, is there maybe another angle to the concept you could add that therefore, you know, by intersecting that with your sort of fire and a little bit of outer space thing you have going on and the hearts, we can get a little bit more mileage out of? So I think we just need a little bit more, potentially, out of the execution of like the secondary layers of your concept. But not bad at all. Everything did sound cursed. Yeah, I did see that. Heart-shaped will-o-the-wisp. Could have heart-shaped will-o-the-wisps. We were talking about making those be like the fireflies. If you have fireflies, they could have little heart-shaped wings, which might be very cute also, depending on how much you're stylizing them. Or maybe the glow they're emitting forms little hearts or something. There could be a whole number of ways where we could incorporate that a little bit more into the design. I think it does need it just a little bit. So, grade here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? I think that sounds right. Whoops, that didn't get any smaller. Hello? There we go. 7 out of 10. Can we get a round of applause for Karma, please? Did I answer all your questions? I think I did. Flames look more lively. Light source. Yeah, I think I answered all of those things as best I could. Oh, Artsy fans, thank you for resubscribing. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Oh, I can clap. I keep forgetting. I have real hands that can do things like clapping. Good work. Yippee. Yeah. Yeah, it felt like it really? Oh, I answered all your questions? I'm glad it felt like I answered all of them. Thank you. Need the last push as I was stuck in place. Yeah, sometimes the best way to get unstuck with something is to get outside thoughts and feelings and opinions from others on things, where we tend to get in our head and there's certain things that we have a hard time seeing past sometimes, especially when we're designing for ourselves. So I'm happy that I can provide you that sort of second set of eyes, plus the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh set of eyes that is the hive mind of the shroom state. Yay! Okay, so we also have for YouTube, we'll go to you next. Oh, Orange! Thank you for all the gifted subs. What the heck? What's going on today? We're having a very kind gifting Monday today. Can we rotate for Orange, please? Thank you. If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you to Orange, pretty please. We're gonna be really dizzy with how much we've rotated today, but like in the best way possible. Thank you. Everybody's getting rescued from the ads today also, which is nice, since we're doing live crits too. Yay! Many blessings upon the gifters for such generosity. Exactly! Many blessings. I hope your Monday is not borange, it is orange instead. Whenever I read your name, the borange part, my brain is like, takes as like the word boring for some reason. And I don't know why, because you are not in any way boring. I don't think it's a descriptor of you, but it is one of those funny rhyming schemey things. Hey Wink, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yippee! Gifters be without resource. True, also agreed. Alright, so YouTube. I'm going to... So, what you're going to do, type your name into the little chat bar. YouTube, you're next. It's your turn to have your design critique next. Type the name that you used to submit to the critique form into the bar, but don't hit send until I say go. Don't hit send until I say go. Okay? And also, I see you, Twitch people. I see you also in the YouTube chat right now. I see you trying to increase your chances. Honestly, I can't yell at you for that, it's fine. But it is funny seeing you guys multi-lane drifting right now. Very funny. YouTube eating good right now? Yeah, so are you guys ready, YouTube? Type your name that you submitted under in there, and I will hit enter on my go when I count down. Not a cheater, stay in the Twitch chat. I don't care if you, I really don't care. But we should let YouTube have their turn because it's a little bit harder with them because we just have to do it this way. So, names are typed hopefully by now, I'm hoping. So I'll give this a countdown. Our countdown is 3, 2, 1, go. I have sent the message that says go, so whoever's first. All right, there we go. Oh, someone was really quick at it. Vice Liar was real fast. Vice Liar, I'm gonna copy and paste your name into the form so I can find you. Like to imagine people running between spots. I don't think they are. Yeah, I love the flood of names. Oh wait, did I not take roll today? I might not have remembered to take roll today. Let's see, let me find you. Paste. There we go. Let's see what number response you were. Can I see? You were the second and most recent one who submitted, which is really funny. So let's grab your image. I will download it. Rip anyone from countries with higher ping. Oh no, I guess that is an unfortunate thing that might be happening. Oh no. Oh man, I don't really have a better way of doing this because first come, first serve seems the fairest. But I guess at that, having higher ping is not fantastic. Oh. Darn, I don't know. Huh. I'm gonna have to think of a different solution for this for the next time I want to do this, because that does make me feel bad if we are getting into like a ping situation. Minecraft noise. Just a little bit. My chat says I was first. Oh, does it really? That's interesting. You were second for me. Vice was first. You were second silver on mine. But that is intriguing. Huh. I don't know. Critics like being from the submitted form also get pulled from the VGen for the live. If you have submitted in the VGen, I could also pull you from that also. If you tell me that is where it is. Either or is totally fine. Pick a random letter, then pick a random user starting with that letter. Oh, that might be kind of hard. Random wheel, maybe? Oh, you know what? Actually, a random wheel? If I did that at the start of the stream and grabbed everyone, like you have to be there at the beginning, pick any number 1 to 100, closest wins. Oh, that could also be good, Opal, potentially. Yeah, supporting friends and such. Thank you for supporting. Yeah, no, you're good. That is also a valid way of entering. The number method might actually be the easiest because it takes the least setup, where I will think of a number 1 to 100, and the person who says, or maybe it can't be 1 to 100, that might be too big. The person who says the number first would win, but maybe it would have to be something that's not as high of a number. Maybe 1 to 50? Maybe. That could be interesting. We'll see. How do you solve ties in that case? Oh, we're not gonna have ties. It'd probably be whoever gets the number correct first. We'll try that for the next one and see if we like that, and then we can try something else. But Pig Wink and Kiki and also Satin Sun, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. I do game trivia, I ask a question, whoever gets it right first, I go with that. Oh, that would be really funny, because technically this is supposed to be for shroommates, so if I asked a Squiiji lore question, asked a Squiiji funny things I have told you question, and whoever answered it correctly first gets to have the design critique first. That would be kind of funny. Minimize ties do 1 to 500. Oh my god, but then no one would guess it. Everyone would be so far away. Okay, we'll try something else and maybe something funny or silly for the next one. Can we answer for other people? If you would like to suggest, if you win and you want me to look at someone particular's design, that's also totally fine. You can do that, yeah. One person will be the least far away. I guess that's true, Revity. I don't want to do math, though. I really don't want to do math. Base the number of amount of total viewers at the time. I wish there was a way I could just run... Can I just run a raffle? I don't know. Throughout e.g. lore trivial questions. Yeah, maybe... Okay. We'll try a number one next. We'll try a number thing to determine the next one to go. And then after that, maybe we'll try like a trivia question. I'll keep you all on your toes for every single one. Don't know if I could answer Squiiji lore questions. Not about Squiiji lore, but about me lore. The funny numbers the funny little tales I've told you, maybe. I have to have a raffle bot for that. Oh, but then the problem is that I would have a winner in both YouTube and Twitch. It's, this is tougher than I thought, but we're doing our best here. Cleaver, thank you for following. Vtubers who have wheels where people's names get put into the raffles, it's all automated. Oh, interesting. If there was a way that I could sync that between YouTube and Twitch, that'd be really nice. We'll figure it out. Anyways, let's start this one so we can get to other ones, because it is 4 o'clock and we are only on the second one. Yeah, we're test running some things here. We're doing some tests. We'll iron it out and see if for the future we can come up with a conclusive way of doing it. But honestly, it's kind of funny and kind of silly that each time it's something different, because I feel like it's giving broader opportunity and more randomness. I like a little bit of randomness. Think of a streamer bot where it pulls from one or the other. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use streamer bot either. My like bot setup stuff is so minimal. It gets overwhelming very quickly for me. I keep everything in Vignon until I can't, and I don't think I can run a raffle through Vignon. Although who knows? There might actually be a way. Now that I think about it. I'll try some things in the future. But anyways, focus. Let me actually take a sip of my drink. Because I was supposed to. Favor the number system. I'll do the number system and also the trivia for some of the next ones. I'm not anti-robot. I just get overwhelmed having too many things that are happening all at once. The number of programs I've opened on my computer to be live for stream is already so overwhelming. Do I have to have something open for StreamerBot? Is that like... Oh, what is the other one? Because I stopped using... Oh, what was it that I had? I don't remember what it was, but I had another program that was doing stuff where I had to have another program open, and it was just too much. It was too much for me. I was overwhelmed, and my computer does not like that I already have like 6 programs open. Mix it up. Oh yeah, it was Mix It Up is what I had open. I had Mix It Up, but then I was just so overwhelmed, and with Mix It Up, you had to open it in a particular order too. I gotta keep things as simple as I can sometimes. Anyways, focusing. But for realsies this time, I would think a bot could be in chat here. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Jingle, 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 jingle. Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. No, please delaying so I can sit in the anxiety. No, I don't want you to sit in the anxiety. No, 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 no. No delaying. We got things to do, people to see, places to be. Includes looking at yours. You already have your name here. Oh, you already have your pronouns here too. Let me just make sure your... Oops, not use white. Let me make sure we have your at VYCELYRE, so you are credited properly, and then I will snag any text you have provided. My Mixed Up says it's downloading every time I open it. Is that normal? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say probably not. If I had to take an educated guess, I would say that's probably not normal. Oops, hang on, copy this. Nope, hang on, copy this. paste it. Let me move it down. Don't worry, you get at least like another 30 seconds of stalling as I do formatting. I'm clicking, there we go. No bold, do wrap, frame, grab all this. Oh, and you know what? I didn't do any of my bingo for that last one. I don't think I looked at the bingo. Oh, I goofed up. I was supposed to make it wider. Hang on. There we go. Nailed it. There's our text. Why is it doing that? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe winter here in the far south. Certainly not Christmas. Yeah, I will say I'm definitely the kind of person where I do think that it can be too early in the year sometimes for singing Christmas songs, and I think it is entirely too early for when I just tried to sing a Christmas song. So, to lock me in the house, Vice. Vice's design is a bit of a struggle for me, since the lore is supposed to be heavily steeped in mystery and cryptic messages. I worry that I've pigeonholed myself into a boring design, although if and when I'm feeling better about my brain offers the term minimalist instead, given that the concept is that they're the head of a secret society, but masquerade as an unassuming late-night host a la Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert. Wait, that's so funny. Secret society? Head of a secret society who is masquerading as a late-night host. Also, in case it isn't clear, there's an attempt to evoke the elements of superb lyrebird as a nod to both my voice acting aspirations and the sort of reporter mouthpiece character concept. Interesting. Okay, I see. Yeah, both do require charisma. Both are sort of like leadership positions where you are telling people, not telling people what to think, but you're sort of crafting the conversation around something. Interesting. Okay. Giving late night with the devil, but cooler. Yeah, I would say you feel a bit edgy for being a late night host, but I think maybe that's just specifically the kind of crowd that you're maybe catering to with your hosting. And I'm gonna guess that you don't stay posted up ready with the gun. You don't hold the Glock when you're hanging out just talking to people in your hosting of show. Well, theoretically, that's not the case. Tune into definitely not Illuminati at 7 p.m. every day. Lamau, probably not. But here are some of the things that I do say. I think that you have done a good job with specificity in this design in a couple of ways, in that these holsters are so specific. They're so specific. They're so realistic in their detail and the way that they are sitting on your body. It's asymmetrical, just sort of subtly. I'm guessing this is the, clips for the ammo, and then you have the gun on the other side. That's very realistic in the way it's depicted. And I kind of want a little bit more for you in that way. Now that I can see the taste of having some of that specificity, I want more. The pants being like boot cut, so that way your shoes are adding something. There's more happening in the silhouette down here is nice. A couple of these moments where we have things crossing the body is good for asymmetry. The loosened tie, I think, is helping to sell your personality a little more. Asymmetrical hairstyle, I'm always here for. But I do think the vest could maybe be a little bit more specific. I'm interested by the fact that the vest is almost, I don't know what the right word for this is. It's almost like 1800s style. I feel like nowadays we tend to associate vests with being collared in some capacity, and this vest is very high and it's not collared, which is interesting. Mic on the collar for doing a talk show. Oh, that would be funny too if you did have that. As a little reference, you got your little lapel mic or something. Very classic vest. Okay, maybe classic is the right word for it, but I feel like the vest is maybe just missing a little bit of detail in some manner, potentially. Not a bad idea. Yeah, lapel mic might be nice, but I do feel like, let me just open ye old Pinterest. I hate Pinterest, but man, is it a good resource for finding things. Nope, don't search my pins. Please search all the pins that exist. Just find details you can have on a vest. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Ruku will probably be faster at this than I am, but there's a lot of things you can do with a vest that I think might be beneficial here, where you have pockets, but they're sort of symmetrical. You do have the one off-centered pocket. I'm just scrolling through vests really quickly. I bet Ruku will beat me to finding something interesting. Shotgun mic instead of the silver chain would be fun. Oh, interesting maybe. Mike could be a mascot called Mike. Lapels can add quite a lot. That's what I was thinking, is that a lapel might be nice, because then you can have a very specific lapel shape that relates to it. Like your character, as far as the shape language goes, you've got some squares in your pants, which makes you feel a little bit dependable. Same way with the way that your sleeves are rolled up, and the fact that your frame is more or less the same width all the way up and down. Very square, very dependable. Same deal with your hair. Your hair's very chunky and square-like. You're looking dependable. But I feel like we can add some more just little sharp shapes to give that little nudge in the direction of there's more to you than is meeting the eye, potentially. Red handkerchief in the pocket to match the red tie and help the pocket stand out, maybe. Potentially. Is the tattoo meant to be a pawn piece? I'm guessing that it might be a keyhole also, but if it is a pawn piece, that might make sense too from the angle of other things. Whoa! We just got double rated within like 10 seconds. Did you guys do that on purpose? We got 2 raids on top of each other. We got Peanut Fun! Hi, Peanut Fun! And also, hang on, where's the second one? Where's the second one? I can't see the alert. Hera, Akita, hi! Welcome in, all of the raiders. We might have to take turns with the shoutouts here, but hi. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we are doing live Vtuber tricks. We are critiquing the designs of fellows who are visiting us here while we are live. So welcome in. How are your streams, both of you? How was your streams? Next shout out in about a minute. Yeah! Thank you, Amber, for getting the shout out. I appreciate it. We got Peanut Fun first. Peanut Fun, what were you up to? What were you doing for stream? Same deal, Hera. What were you guys doing? I see all the dogs barking coming in here. Shroommates, can you rotate at them? Can you rotate at all of them? Maybe you could blink at them. That's sort of frog-like. There's some dogs coming in here. Oh, and we've been ad-braked. How evil. Why does this always happen to me? It was great. We played a very British game. It was hilarious. What was the game? I'm intrigued. What is your very British game? We have some very British shroommates who might have thoughts about that. Playing Thank Goodness You're Here. I have not heard of that game. That is interesting. 85 people busting down the classroom door. Yeah, there's a lot of fellas coming in the door right now. Maggie and Falcon, thank you guys for following. Some of my favorite things for vests in the stream suggestions. Thank you, Miruku. But yeah, Hera is somebody we did critique on stream previously before, if you guys are unfamiliar. Hera's a very cute dog fella. And then Peanut, we've also looked at Peanut's art style on stream before. I don't know, did we critique you, Peanut? Your design? Or am I just getting confused? We definitely critiqued your style at one point, but I don't remember if we critiqued your design particularly. Oh, Falcon, thank you for subscribing also. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. Let me grab Ruku suggestions also. Hello, thank goodness you're here. Hera, are you British? Is that why you played that game? I have a lot of questions going on. I'm so sorry to everyone right now. Using some of your critiques, working close with my artist to get it done. Ooh, that's exciting. I'll be excited to see. I hope it's going well with your artist. I'm glad I was able to help you some. Oh, thank you for getting the shout out for Hera too. Thank you, mods. Very helpful. Ad break is finished. Thank goodness. We got ad braked. If you couldn't hear me, I'm so sorry. Twitch loves to do this. Twitch loves to do this where they're like, we have this smart detection thing that doesn't let there be an ad right as there is a raid, and it doesn't. It does not work at all. Very passionate about this kind of thing. Oh, I am too. You are in the right place, people who are passionate about design. We are very passionate here. I'm not British, originally from New York, but I live in the UK. Oh, interesting, interesting. Squeegee from the same area of Benny? Of where? I'm from the US of A, and I am also from the East Coast, but that's a little more information to get. I'm EST, that's it. I came from Appalachia originally, but I don't live there anymore. I don't sound like it anymore. Oh, Ruku's images. You're sounding a little Swiss. Swiss, really? Fascinating. See, I've been told before that I have a very hard to pinpoint accent. When I visit the UK, people think I'm Southern, which I think is really funny. Almantas told me that I sort of have a universal accent because I have a lot of words that I say that are from multiple places potentially. And then I don't even know. A bunch of my accent is from Pittsburgh, because I have family from Pittsburgh. I have parts of my accent that are from Appalachia. I have parts of my accent that are from cities. Switzerland is totally new though. What a way to call them cheese. Oh my god, are you calling me cheesy? It ain't easy being cheesy, let me tell you that first off. Fortunately, the auto snooze ad thing only works as an opt-in based on engagement. But hype trains do and rapid chat does? Very backwards? Oh, so I am opted into it, but I didn't realize it didn't count for raids. That's so... Oh, that's messed up. That's so goofy. That is goofy in all ways, shape, and form. Pennsylvania mentioned? Yeah, we've mentioned Pennsylvania a couple times to talk about the Pittsburgh toilet. Specifically for some reason. I don't know why we were talking about Pittsburgh toilets at one point, but I have family who's from there. Which wants you to make that money. Oh, okay, yeah. They want you to make the money, which is why they don't care about the raids, because that's not doing the cash money, probably. Maybe, particularly. Yeah. So, here's Ruku's suggestions for having a vest. So if you want something that doesn't have a lapel, 2 fabrics might be kind of neat, where it almost feels like it's layered. Now we're creating primary and secondary shapes here too. And then the other suggestions from Ruku were having, oh, this is more layering, which is nice. Come to the right area here. Bam, this. Oh, also, raiders, if you guys need to do things like eating and drinking and snark me meing, please take care of yourselves. Forgot to say that, that's usually what I say.
I'm very surprised the Our Shrooms Taytone religious secret society led by a lamb and moth hasn't made noise yet.
I think we've distracted them with fashion, Gary, is what we've done. But raiders, if you guys need to eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. You want to stick around and hang out, and if you'd like to participate and add your suggestions to the pile of the stuff we're suggesting for designs, you're welcome to do so. But do look after yourselves first and foremost, I say, as I remind myself to take a sip of water. Lovely, there we go. Liquid. Liquid is good. But yeah, this one might be neat, where we had this sort of button up happening underneath, where you could keep the darker outer layer that you have, the purple, and then maybe you had an internal layer for it, just so that there is a little bit more variety. I'll see you guys saying hi to each other. Can I eat mushrooms? Yeah, just not me. Don't eat me, but you can eat other mushrooms, that's permitted. But yeah, so having a little more layering to the vest might be nice. I don't think that you need to add a ton of detail. I think it's just little things like that that sort of push the outfit in a direction that feels more like it's tailored specifically to your character is what you need, but that's about it. And I would say the same about a couple of the other accessories happening, where these are sort of a nondescript, non-specific belt buckle. I don't know if does your secret society have iconography about it, where I don't want to use this word, or maybe Easter egg is the word I want to use, but secret societies and things of that nature tend to just have like little things that they wear that are sort of like, if you know kinds of things. You know what I mean? Where, like, if I'm thinking, I can't think of any off the top of my head. You'd be surprised. I don't really know much about secret societies. I don't really look into them that intensively. But I feel like one of the hallmarks, yeah, like a call sign, something that is just a little sneak peek. That way the insiders know who you are, and then they know that you're a member. I feel like you could have those little references somewhere on here. Yeah, the Freemasons have their compass, but like we all know what that is at this point. Like that's not really like an insider thing. But if that is, I see you saying could reuse the key design more. Yeah, not like an emblem, that might be too bold, but if this key hole with sort of the maze in it is the thing that references the secret society, you could have something else that is designed to reference that as well. That we were integrating that motif into the design more. We're like, what happens if our belt buckle is... Actually, I don't know why I always do this. It's so much easier if I just cover the thing that I'm drawing on top of entirely. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. Covered entirely so that way I can draw over it. But like, what if your buckle becomes this shape? So then that's just another little subtle nod in the direction. That's really a bright color. I should have done it in the metal color. But then that's more specific. It feels more designed up. It feels more particular to you. The little part where it's clasping almost feels like it's referencing the maze aspect. Or you know, you could reference this sort of like interlocking shape that it's forming where you have like these little things that are going like that. I'm not doing a good job of drawing this. Like this. You could have this be a shape that repeats somewhere, where it's referencing that maze-like pattern miscellaneously throughout. One of the other things that I think it can be very neat is texture. I don't know what direction you're thinking for this, if you're thinking live 2D, PNG Tuber, or 3D, but some of the things that Ryuku had sent were making me think about texture in the form of things that are a little bit reflective. Have you seen sometimes in formal wear where they will have stitched patterns in them that almost are like they're of a slightly more reflective threading, if that makes sense, where it's really subtle and it's really understated, but when you catch them in the light at the right angle, you sort of see that little bit of pattern. That might be something that could be really neat to incorporate into the vest or to something else where, you know, as it catches in the light, we can see that there's that pattern on there, but you really have to be at the right angle for it or something where it's not always obvious. And for live 2D, that's absolutely doable. That's a clipping mask. Like that's, bam, easy execution. I feel like that might be something in the right direction for you, because then that's also playing with the idea of, you know, we've got this idea of something that is subtle. It's hiding beneath the surface a little bit, but it's there when you know to look for it. But finding all of those little things that you can do where it's like, okay, how can we just slip in little bits of it, little references, all of that kind of stuff? That adds the specificity that I think we are looking for here. Yeah, like a metallic weave, brocade or damask, maybe? I don't know if those are the right words for it, but something like that could be in the right direction. Make the buckles on the arm straps the same shape. You could potentially. Already though, funny enough, a basic belt buckle is already this sort of like E shape. If you tweaked those belt buckles to just have more of a lean to them, maybe? Like the keyhole has? That might even also make them specific enough and feel like they're referencing that too. Buttons could be stylized. Yeah, there's a lot of things that could be stylized and modified to feel like they are referencing that symbol. If you have other symbols, which I would suggest maybe incorporating more symbology in here, more symbolism. Symbology, is that a word? It must be because it's putting it in my closed captions. Having more symbols that relate to it would probably be good also, where a lot of things aren't represented just by one symbol. You know, if we think about the Illuminati, there is the pyramid, but there's also the eye. There's two angles. And I guess you do have keyhole and maze, but if there are more elements like that, then we can add those in as well. So we aren't really hitting that repetition too hard otherwise. Symbology, probably the study of symbolism. It could be, that might make sense. Wombology. Maze pattern on the pants. Yeah, that pattern we were talking about could show up technically anywhere, depending where you want it to, but I do think it might be nice to incorporate. Bloodborne mention. Where was the Bloodborne mention? Old Bloodborne hunters had a belt around their leg. They thought the corruption crawled up the leg. Symbol could be a relic of a bygone era, something that's practical. Ah, interesting. Also, hi Zany. Enigma code on the belt. I'm scrolling back up to see if I missed anything. Decal. I read D-E-C-A-L and I want to call it a decal because of printmaking. Decal? How do you say that word normally? Decal? Help. Spy symbol, emblem, shoelace language. Oh, interesting. Decal? Roblox calls it decal. I am so printmaking brained that I can't. It's overwritten in my brain the proper way of saying that, unfortunately. Decal. Oh, emphasis on D. Decal. Man, no wonder people don't believe me that English is my first language sometimes. That's also been a thing that has occurred. When I was teaching, I had a teacher, like a review where another professor had to sit into my classroom and they were like, I think it's really inspirational how you're teaching in another language so successfully. And I was like, what other language am I teaching in? What do you mean? She was really embarrassed. She was really embarrassed. I was like, oh God. It was was really funny though. And I wasn't offended by it, but very funny. I think it's just my neurodivergence. I talk kind of weird sometimes, and I don't always string words together in a way that makes sense. I'm sure you've noticed, but stuff like that. Decal. Very inspirational how coherent you are for an ESL person, which honestly, I feel like that's low-key kind of rude to say anyway. Like, I feel like why would pointing it out like that is just calling attention to it. I don't know. What can you do? Need to pull out the yeehaw accent? I don't have a yeehaw accent. I unlearned my Appalachia so thoroughly. But yes, jingle jingle. So texture might be nice to put in many places. I saw somebody say something about the tie also, where right now the tie, I'm reading your use of red as just being like a subtle little like red flag, as we may call it potentially. There's just a little bit of a red flag about this character, which is what I'm getting from the color design. But once again, I am wondering if there's some way we could make the tie more specific also, potentially. Just because, I mean, having it untied already adds something to it, but like collar pins, tie pins, things like that, having a little bit of ornateness. Because I do feel like something that is important, especially in a lot of secret societies and stuff like that, is status and symbols of status. Got the watch already, which I think is pushing us in that direction. I think that helps. But I feel like we tend to associate those kinds of leaders with being a little bit more ornamented. They tend to flaunt just a little bit. And even the same could be said for talk show hosts and stuff like that too, where they are showing us status. They're proving to us that they deserve to be up there on that stage. Some of them, like if we're thinking about, oh, what is his name? Who's the redhead? I can't think of his name off the top of my head now. Joby's favorite guy. Oh no, is he even one of the ones you mentioned? It might be. Jon Stewart, Stephen Colbert? No, not Colbert. Who's the redhead? He's not, his hair's not red anymore. Conan, yes, thank you, Conan. Like when I think about a lot of those guys, like they aren't that overstated, but they're very crisp sometimes, even when they're goofy. And I feel like this amount of like status that they are trying to convey to us, where this is sort of halfway there, but I feel like we need just a little bit more adornment, where are the rings? Where are the just like other little pieces of detailing? You do have a gauge also, or maybe just a big earring. Is it a gauge? A side view? It might just be a big earring. But it doesn't feel super specific or ornamented. They believe they're above the common folk, so they dress like it. I don't know if they believe that, but I think they have to show us that they are, you know, they have the authority and right to be speaking to celebrities, maybe. That's usually what they're doing. But just a little bit more ornamentation might be nice, where I'm not saying it has to be like elaborate in any way. Yeah, earring could be a little bit more tied in. Earring could be a little bit more detailed, maybe. Just things like that to show status. And I feel like the rings might be something nice, where we tend to associate wearing a couple of like big chunky rings with sometimes, you know, like mobsters and gangsters and stuff like that. But, you know, people just wear them for fashion also. So they can sort of serve both purposes, where you're wearing something that feels fashionable, but at the same time, it is also sort of supporting your position in the society as well, potentially. Just things of that nature. But I think you just need a little bit more of those details. Similarly, you don't have a lot of weight in your silhouette. You're getting a little bit around your shoulders. There's not a ton, and I do wonder if there might be something where we want a little more exaggeration. But I think that the shape you do have right now is sort of giving sort of, pardon the word choice, but slimy. Untrustworthy a little bit. You've got the sort of downcast, slim, narrow kind of frame that maybe we don't need to exaggerate something. Maybe you're already conveying the vibe you intend to as far as personality goes, so therefore we don't need to. Yeah, chunky rings or opulence, new money. Yeah, could be, yes. Did you mention moths as one of your themes? Oh, we might have been talking about moths because of some of the shroommates who are moths, maybe. Old organizations, football teams tend to have rings that signify membership status. Ah, yeah. Considering a signet ring or something. Yes, yeah. Something very specific in the form of a ring could be good as far as, yeah, the society goes. And yeah, the sly vibe, yes, is also what we're looking for. Also, hello. I see people saying hi on YouTube. Hi. Flipping a coin around. Oh, having something to fidget with might be interesting. No? Why? What? No. What are you knowing, Rirku? What are you knowing? Another round of art block? Reminds me of a cyberpunk character. Oh, no. This isn't very cyberpunk-y. Oh, take a small break? Oh, okay. Talking about something else. I thought you were vetoing us talking about rings, and I was like, why? Why no rings? Looked at the hat and thought moth. Oh, interesting. I do see the little, oh, the bird! The bird angle. Hang on, bird angle. Superb lyrebird. I don't know what that bird is. Superb lyrebird. I wonder if there's a way we can incorporate that a little bit more too. That's a very particular bird. That feather is spot on for it though, now that I'm looking at images of it. Let me grab this guy so you guys can see. Ooh. Oh, this bird would be great for just a little bit of that opulence we were talking about. Opulence is a good word. Got a crazy call that can mimic things. Sounds like a laser? Huh? Oh, intriguing. A lot of coattails. Oh, that might be interesting. But yeah, I can see the color reference as far as being, you know, mostly in dark colors with some blue undertones. These feathers are so specific, and I feel the way that they are being incorporated into that sort of interlocking shape that feels like a maze also, which is interesting. Man, I wonder if there's another way we could do that. Tai had the tail feather pattern. Oh, that could be a good angle potentially. Even if it's just like subtly incorporated, that might be nice. Where it's just darker on one side. Hang on. Darker on one side and lighter on the other. Let me just see. Hang on. Normal, multiply. So here's like the band part, which I'll put like a lighter color on top of. But then it sort of is like gradating out into a different color. That might be kind of interesting, just to add a little more detail. More of this color scheme in there. But the reason why that color scheme is successful for that bird in particular, I say like we're critiquing a real bird that exists for having a good color scheme. Good work to this particular superb lyrebird. The reason why the color palette is so enticing for this bird is because the bird is like 80% black, and then there's just a little bit of orange and a little bit of blue. That's why it's interesting. So this is overwhelmingly dark colors, which the dark colors do have a color undertone to them, which is nice. I do appreciate that. So I don't think we need to add a ton, but I am wondering if maybe you could have some of that blue in your hair, maybe. Some of those streaks could potentially be of that color, maybe. Yeah, it complements the dark body, yes. Natural selection cooked. That's a crazy thing to say. That's crazy. Australixia, thank you for following. Also, pattern. Is that the bird that mimicked R2-D2? Maybe, it could be. But yeah, having this, where it almost has that like toothed pattern on it, that the feather has, might be nice to reference it. Tie feels like a bit much with all the details on the belts and chains. Hang on, we're gonna make it subtle though. I'm making it, it's too intense right now. But I do just feel like we need a little bit of something. I feel like people so rarely also wear ties that don't have some sort of pattern on them, even if it's subtle. And then all the little subtle nods can come together into something nice, potentially. Tangled blue thread aspect to the tail feathers, I want to see. Yeah, that... I think I would also enjoy seeing that somewhere here, potentially. Where... I don't want to do that without it feeling too intense. It might just be adding that little bit of blue. You already have the little salt and pepper strands in your hair, which I think is a very nice touch. But maybe... You don't really have a lot of them that break the outer edge of the head either. They're very sleek and slicked back. But even if you just had like one or two of them that is otherwise sort of like breaking the shape. Right now I haven't done them very high contrast, but just something subtle and thin. Make the strands blue toned. If we made the metal strands blue tone, that might feel strange. We're expecting metal, so when they aren't metal, it might be odd. Blue stitches to call in that blue. Could have blue stitches somewhere, maybe. Something... something red eyes. hiding your oh, you're doing Miku. Red eyes, red tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. E.g., is the super accelerated queue still a thing, or was that a subathon exclusive? The super accelerated queue that we did before was for critiques, or for charity, I think, if that's what you're talking about. We did one for subathon too, but we don't have one of those going right now, unfortunately. Having extra strands also gives a feathery look. Yeah, where I don't want to lose sort of the sleek shape of the hair, but I do think that for silhouette purposes, having a little bit of like, just little bits that are breaking it up might be nice. I don't know if I picked the exact right blue for it, but having something there where from a distance it kind of blends in, but it is nice. Just a little bit of something. Pinstripe will be a little much. Oh, pinstripe might be a little bit much, but we could try it. It might be interesting. We can make it really subtle. Pinstripe pants do feel, as far as details go, interesting. I'm gonna put it on here really bold first, and then we'll turn it down. Just to see, but we can play around with a couple things just to try. Red eyes, red tie, hiding in your government structures and undermining democracy. Oh. Yeah, what kind of secret society is this? Is this like a... Actually, that's a good question. What kind of secret society is this also? I was guessing that from the way you looked, that you might be sort of... I love using the word nefarious, but you guys might be up to no good. Like, the... What do you call them? The Freemasons as a secret society? I really don't even know what they do particularly, but they're not really, like, they don't obstruct stuff. I think they just hold positions in power and then work together to benefit themselves, which is a problem, but they're not like a secret society of people who are trying to destroy stuff from the outside. Oh wait, hang on. Subtle pinstripe. Actually, kind of nice. Templars from Assassin's Creed. Is it the... What were they called? The Dark Brotherhood from Skyrim? Like, there's a lot of different kinds, I feel like, for social secret societies. Is it like the secret society that, what is it, Yale has? Where they do the, what is it, Skull and Bones? What are they called? They've got a weird one. There's a lot of different kinds of secret societies, which I think does also do something interesting. And yeah, the pinstripes following the hair highlights is good. And maybe a couple of these being blue might be nice. But yeah, a lot of your secret societies are like weird, like networking things. More so than they are actually up to no good. So that might be an important question to ask, potentially. Oh, actually, I am so here for this pinstripe. This is adding so much interest. There's a very particular TikTok that I think about a lot, which is that if an outfit isn't interesting by color, it should be interesting by texture. If it's not interesting by texture, it should be interesting by shape. If it's not interesting by shape, it should be interesting by color. You kind of have to have at least two of those spokes happening. Color, texture, shape. For this one, the shapes are pretty close to the form, but we've been adding little bits of texture to it, and I think that's doing a lot. And it is also working back in a little bit of that bird aspect with sort of stringy feathers, yes. Something evil like a fraternity is sending me. What did you say? Fraternities can be kind of evil, though. Old boys clubs and secret societies have some overlap and could go from the former to the later, but they're rather different. Ah. Old boys club. Oh, like just clubs of old men. Old... What? I don't know what you mean by that combo of words here. Theory from the Keyhole is a detective secret society. I just thought the key was meaning something that's like hidden. More like Cobalt Soul or the VFD from a series of unfortunate events. Ah, I see. Okay. Something interesting doesn't need to have every interesting thing. Yeah, it does need something interesting, but not everything interesting. I'm not particularly familiar with the Cobalt Soul or the VFD. Man, I haven't read a series of unfortunate events in a long time. I like hardly remember it, but as long as you think that you are capturing the vibe of what those are effectively, then I would say you're doing the right thing. I just am not super familiar with them, so I don't quite know. Hippie Strello, thank you for following also. Pinstripes very much work in the favor. Dress my eyes from the legs to the head, as well as matching with the hair. It does match nicely with the hair. It's good repetition, I would say. So, what have we not talked about here? So for concept, we just want a little bit more from the detailing. Make your accessories a little bit more specific. For color, I will say, as lovely as your bright red tie is, and you do have red eyes, which should be helping, your chest is really focal, unfortunately, right now. Also, let me close all these extra canvases. Your chest is really, really focal right now. potentially, unfortunately. And there may be some way that we can bring that focal back to the eyes. Hear me out. Hear me out. This might be crazy. And I love to say this to people in many places, but I feel like for someone who is a secret society member, or something of that sort, that also feels, you feel ever so slightly heavy metal-ish to me, I feel like you are the right kind of person to have some sort of weird glasses. Some sort of interesting glasses might be interesting. Rooting out corruption stuff, trying to do good under an overwhelming oppressive force. Oh, really? You're feeling a little bit more sly and slippery, which is interesting. You feel like you're up to no good, potentially. So it's funny that you are trying to help with something, despite reading like you're doing the opposite, which is interesting. Is that intended? Do you want to sort of have that juxtaposition of you look like you might not be doing well, but could be doing more? Serving Aussie? Yeah, we've been thinking about Aussie a lot. Maybe that's why I'm thinking about that. But I was thinking about some sort of interesting shades of a bright color, because your eyes, despite having all the right colors to make them focal, they aren't very big. So they're not doing a lot to draw the focus in. And usually I would be like, all right, dark eye makeup, do something like that. But making you that much more punk, I feel like would go and be at odds with the late night host thing. When have you ever seen a late night host with a smoky eye? Or at least a masculine looking one with a smoky eye. But if you're not bothered by that, you could. Starting to lean off rather than late night host. What? Oh no. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Interesting shades of the right color, maybe orange, maybe throw a red trench on top of it, dye the hair blonde, metallic arm. No, 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 no. We're not doing Vash the Stampede. No. I'm just saying, I'm trying to think about things that we could add around the face as some sort of accessory that would increase the amount of color showing up in that area. If not sunglasses, what, like this is mostly masculine, I would say, in interpretation. What other thing could we add around the face that could be masculine or maybe androgynous leaning that would draw the focus in? Because I want to keep the tie the color that it is, because it's a reference to the bird. However, we do need something in the face, potentially. Color gradient on the undercut. Okay, we can chant Vash all we want. Are you guys chanting Vash because you needed it for bingo? Are you doing that because you wanted it for bingo, potentially? Because I'd understand. Piercing, scar. Maybe, I still feel like a scar would be, like being a night show host with a big, bold scar might be too much. Oh, hi, Almontas. Almontas, my head is still on straight. What's going on? Mike Tyson face tattoo for a late night host? I don't know about that. I feel like that might not work. Triangle glasses, colored lenses. See, there we go, thank you. Almontas, you've been rotating me before stream starts and I keep missing it. And I was like, oh, you're here now. Now I finally get to. Monocle, that I feel like is a little bit too whimsical, potentially, for this. I feel like this is more serious and more modern. A little bit more punk than a monocle might work. Spiked accessories, oh. See, a lot of these would be good ideas in and of themselves for a design, but I think we're sort of at odds with we need to balance punk and late night host. And finding something that meets both of those is kind of tough. Hard to get this across without just spilling all my lore that I've started drip feeding into my audience. Yeah, it is kind of difficult. Earring change to either red or blue, maybe? Maybe the earring change would help if the earring was a different color. If the earring is a color that we don't see elsewhere, that could help us with the face. Maybe we're trying to work a blue color in somewhere else, but that feels maybe just a little too bright. Does help a little. Face piercing's the most obvious one, like a septum. You know, I guess a septum piercing could be acceptable for a late night host. But I guess you existing in your own world with your own world building, a lot of these things could be totally fine and acceptable within the world. But you'd have to be okay with the fact that the average viewer who stops by and doesn't know your lore wouldn't be aware. An earpiece, yeah, we were saying a lapel mic before. I mean, I've known punk podcast / show hosts. I mean, that's true also. If I'm thinking about like That Metal Show, which is another one of those sort of like hosted shows, those guys dress very differently than your Colbert and otherwise fellas. This is a lapel mic also, in case you're wondering. Pen behind the ear, something like that, maybe. Any more colors we could take from the Lyrebird? Maybe. When in host mode, a hair tie to pull the hair up more professional. Man bun when in casual time, glasses on the head, same color as hair tie. Oh, that could be an option, maybe. Funny pins in the collar, eyebrow piercing. I think what we're getting at here, though, is just more detail on the face, because the other thing we can do is make the face focal by level of detail. Right now, the most detail is happening right here, and the most contrast is also happening in the chest. So that might be why the face isn't completely focal, but if I'm being so honest with you, your skin color being a little bit more on the yellow undertone side, which is at odds with the purple, is still causing your face to be focal. Saw somebody in the YouTube chat saying add a pattern to the fade. Ooh, oh, silver, hang on, who else said that? Someone else said that. That might actually be really interesting. Vtubers coming off of the conspiracy podcast streamer, depending on how you present things. Potentially, yeah. But wait, that actually might be kind of sick, having some sort of patterning happening here. I don't even know what to suggest in form of patterning goes, but be careful with it that it doesn't start reading like you have like locks or some sort of like, not locks, like you don't have braids or something going on the side of your head, like it's not hair parting, that it's just textured in the way that it's cut. I wonder how in the world I would even draw that, like just pulling slightly lighter colors up so that we can tell that there's something happening in the patterning. I don't know, something of that nature though. That it feels patterned like a bird shape kind of thing. Maybe symbols on the side of the model. Maybe, potentially, these could all be options, yeah. But that could be a good opportunity to add some detail. Those things could do good. You could do a maze. Like it's cut in, yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. Bird mostly being as a metaphor as opposed to literally being a bird person. Ah. So then maybe you just repeat your sort of maze motif on the side of the head. Right now I'm doing this as like, just kind of messily. And then let me grab this so I can make it less intense. But just something subtle might be interesting. Grab this. Hang on. Nope, that's too dark. Hang on. I'm trying to like ombre it so it's not as intense. But yeah, that does add just an interesting little amount of detail, potentially. Feather tattoo behind the ear. Interesting, but that doesn't really help us from a front view that people would mostly be facing you at. But I think we have... The pattern is ugly. I'm not being particular. You would have to... You can draw it nice yourself. Cuts are usually clean. They would be clean. I'm just drawing them loosely. Charades, I'm trying to be quick because we've almost spent an hour on this one. Again, we can't be spending an hour on each one or we'll never get through more than 3. It's almost 5 o'clock. But I know what you mean. You're right. Do that. I'm gonna start with the grade. However, so points to grade on. For concept, I can see the things you're trying to convey to us about personality. I want more of those little hints about your concept in here though. I want more little hints. I want more specificity in your clothing coming from those little hints. Okay, you broke the record for lowest with 2. Did I only get to 2 once? That's kind of ridiculous. E.g., what were you doing? What happened? Was I like ridiculously locked out that day? What happened? Did I end early? For focal points, the tie is a little bit focal, but honestly, your skin tone being really warm compared to the cool undertones of everything else is providing a little bit of a fighting chance. So it's not too bad, but I do think there should be a little more. Focus on the face. For complexity versus clarity, we were wanting for a little more detail. Similarly with silhouette, I feel like a lot of the things are going to come down to some of the changes that would be made in this category. But the color palette itself is fine. I don't have any issue with your color choices. I'm not really having any clarity issues. I think it's about right. 2, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. Ow. Oh my gosh, wait. Ladders. Did I draw a ladder for either of these designs? Did I draw a ladder for anything? Hang on. I don't think I did. Let's remedy that, actually. Draw a ladder. Crazy. Congrats to bingo people, I guess, for getting EG forgets ladder test. Let's do that. If you're unfamiliar, the ladder test is something that we do to determine if details are distributed across the form in an interesting manner. What we want to see is clusters of details. We want to see asymmetrical details. I draw a rung everywhere that there is a major visual change in the design, whether it be by color contrast or shape contrast. And we are hoping to create a ladder that is completely, totally not something I would ever in my lifetime wish to climb. As for your eyes, you do have your earring on both sides. Your hairline probably counts as one, and then there's the top of the head. Ouch. I see you all already throwing ladders at me. Hold your horses. Hold your umas. Hold your uma musumes. Just wait 1 second. Would we like to climb this ladder? What are our thoughts? Oh, I just laughed and it like vibrated my teeth. That was really strange. I don't think you can hear that. Ow. Yep, my arms are waiting and open. And I would say that this is not a ladder I particularly want to climb myself. Definitely need a big leap. This is the classic like menswear trouble where there's not a lot of breakup in the legs, which I think is why the pinstripe is helpful. It's adding something to that area. But I don't think it's super climbable. There's some repetition in the width of shapes, but it's clustering around the head. There's some asymmetry, so not too bad. Thank you for all the ladders. I'm glad you guys are thinking about ladders right now. Have you thought about ladders today yet? You made a ton of great stuff to consider. Everyone's been so nice. I'm glad we could help. Would this count as men's formal wear struggle? Just a little bit. This one's not really struggling with it, but we could count it as that, in that the classic not much happening on the pants that we did add something to we were able to help with, maybe? You did forget the ladder. Wow, I get a point for that on my own. Wow, that's the only thing that I definitely made a funny noise. That's the only thing that I have gotten on my own bingo card is forgetting the ladder. That's crazy. I'm gonna lose bingo today for sure. Loop doesn't even work today, so dang. What? Thank you for submitting, Voice. I hope it was helpful. For the next one, I'm gonna try something. We're gonna try something. I'm going to think of a number, and the first person who gets the number right will get to go next. So send your numbers, I'll figure out who it is, and then I'll have you send your name after. That's gonna be how we're gonna pick the next fella. Keep you on your toes. You're already guessing, and I didn't say go. So you don't even know what the number range is yet. You didn't even know yet. You don't know what's happening. You're jumping the gun, every single one of you. Stop jumping. Wait. Pause. Hold your horses. The number is, yes, between 1 and 100. 3, 2, 1, go. Starting now. I'm ignoring all those numbers you already sent. Go. YouTube chat and Twitch chat, you can both go. I'm waiting to see if I see the number. There's a couple that have been close, but no one's gotten it yet. A couple close. I'll narrow the range if we're not getting it. There's also some repeats that I'm seeing. Oh, we've been one off from it like twice now also, but we haven't gotten it. When you find a design submitted, you can submit it now, or you can volunteer someone else instead to go. Oh man, we have not gotten it yet. Oh, you guys are so close to it. We've been so close to it a couple of times. Oh, wait, we got it. Hang on. Viridius got it. 47. Were you the first person to say 47? Hang on, stop sending numbers. Viridius, you were the first person I saw say 47. Unless I missed. I didn't miss, did I? Let's see. Let me go back through just to make sure. No, 47 on YouTube. Let's see, was there 47 on Twitch? I don't think there was. Let's see. 46. Oh wait, Melkor had 47 way early. Melkor actually won. I said it before you said go. Melkor, did you say 47 before I said go? Was that before I said go, or was that after I said go? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Were you telling it? Did you jump the gun? There might be a contention point here. It was after. Was it after? Okay, so actually Melkor won. I'm so sorry, Viridius, to get your hopes up there. I did miss it, but that is why I checked. So, Melkor, I think you are submitted in here already, potentially. Good guess. It wasn't before. Good work. Said 47 was a couple years ago. Did I win? No, it had to be after I said go. It had to be after I said go, and you said go. You said 47 a couple years ago. I'm jumping in with my redeem now. Oh my god, cotton candy floss for the total not to say upset, I'm saying this in like, WWE terms. Wait, hang on, what? Cotton candy floss is jumping in right now, right here, right this second, with your redeem now, which you had redeemed a while ago. So actually, it looks like the order is going to be power move, steel chair, cotton candy floss is next, and then Melkor is after. Here comes a new challenger. That's so funny. That's so funny. Cotton, did you say it's in live suggestions? Where did you put it? Or are you also submitted in the forum? Where are you? Hey, please return my hair unto me. Cotton candy floss, are you in the critique forum? I wasn't the first? Huh? Yeah, for what? Taking my hair? What do you mean? Cotton candy floss cashing in money at the bank. Yeah, I have written down on a post-it note that cotton candy floss has, they've got an IOU. They were not prepared previously. Whoa! Cotton candy floss. Oh, you put spaces in your name. That's what happened here. Okay. How long ago did you submit? I'll open the one that I see being the most recent. Just resubmitted. Okay, I might need to refresh the form then. Give me a second. Refresh the form. Because there was only one from like the 800 range when I just checked. Nope. Individual questions, please. Cotton, candy floss. Oh, it's not letting me look at them in order. Nope, that's not the one. Let's try the next one. Why is it not grouping them? No, the form's being mean. It's supposed to group them. No, YouTube said 47? I don't think YouTube said 47 first. I don't think so. Your head's half gone? I am missing a little bit of skull right now. None yet. YouTube did not say 47. Cotton Candy, I can't find any more recent submission for you other than the one that's in like the 800 range. There's not a second one showing up. EG? Yeah? Hi Corey. What? I can send it live. Could you? That would be very helpful. I'm so sorry if you typed everything out in there. So I'm just gonna stop looking over while my head is so empty currently. The back of my skull is missing because the redeems aren't working. It's toggled the back of my skull off, which is really... Don't look. Oh, you can see all my expressions in there. I don't know why it's not showing up. It might just be that the form is mad right now. Thank you for the hydrate. And it is very many layered in the hydrate. Scoff on my VTuber stream? Yeah, couldn't be. Couldn't possibly be that. Yeah, there's not a... Oh, wait, did it just show up? It might have just shown up. So sweet of you to be so open-minded. Thanks. Twitch sent me an email about being able to unlock channel point stuff. Maybe that's why the points are acting weird. No, this has happened before. They keep doing stuff to their API. Oh, don't look. They keep doing stuff to their API, which I think might be the actual reason. But I don't know. I know they are rolling out the ability to have this stuff theoretically for everyone. Oh, Cotton Candy, I got you. The form was just being slow. I found you. You're the very most recent one. I have it. Don't rotate me, please. We're trying to focus. No rotation. No rotation right now. Stop. Shroommates. Listen up. Be nice, please. Please, no rotation, please. Normally I'm all here for the rotation, but no, not right now. Not right now, I'm struggling. Let's open the next one. I see. Yeah, this has happened a couple times before. Ah, okay, so a bunny for sure. Let me get your details also. Any way to know what place we are on the list? Submitted my design a really long time ago. I was worried it may have been purged. I rebranded, so I resubmitted. Oh, if you resubmitted and you resubmitted under a different name, that might get a little challenging. Because usually I end up pulling the most recent one that's under the same name because it stacks them if you submit under the same name. Ooh, but if you've rebranded, that gets a little bit tricky. It's hard, and I don't like just searching through the form because if I search for one person, then I end up doing it for like 15 minutes and trying to find people. So it gets a little bit challenging, but depending on when you had submitted, if you submitted within the last couple months, you're in the thousands range, and We currently, if I'm going in order, are around 400, so like, it can be a while potentially. So this is cotton candy floss. She, her, oh, this is a really big canvas, it might be. At CTTNCNDYFLSSVT. Ooh, I must have made a funny noise because my throat's being goofy. Take some water. I'm curious, it disappeared when rotated. Not this one? This is the one I have one open that says it's number 136, and this is the one that it's with it. Did you submit the right one with it? This is the one that's on the submission that's numbered 1136. Live suggestions? Okay, I'll grab that one. I'm getting betrayed. Oh wow, yeah, very different, actually. Whoops, zooms in. Hang on, we'll try this again. Hide this. Nope, hide this one. Yeah, okay. And then I'll put a background color in. Let me pick the background color. I might have. That's okay, don't worry about it. We got you in here now properly, so all is well. Let me... Ooh, where's my paint bucket? There we go. Oh, there, yeah, okay. Got it. All right. 2 bunnies multiplying. So we have chibi and we have a non-chibi. I'm going to separate the chibi so I can hide it for now. Just so we can focus on the full body first. Because the eyes are kind of distracting having the chibi there. The eyes are very focal. But I'm looking right there instead of at the full body one. Which is where I'm focusing. So, secondarily, do you have any particular details to share about this? I'm gonna guess that the submission details are maybe not completely accurate. Oh wait, no, they are here. Let me grab your text. Text tool, please. Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare to wait, hang on. I gotta focus. How do you copy and paste things properly? You got this. There we go. Seamstress details in the pockets of the pincushion. Yeah, hang on, we'll get there. You guys seem to already be picking up what the concept is though, which does bode well for readability, that you guys can tell what's going on already. Reduce the size, make it not bold, wrap the text. Don't know where the edge of the canvas is, so we will find out, I guess. There we go. And now let me copy and paste this in here. There we go. Very good. Okay. Everything's all put together. Eyes are not what I go to. Really interesting. Okay. We'll find out. We'll talk about that when we get there. So let me align that so it doesn't drive me bonkers. So this is Cotton Candy Floss. She, her. At Cotton Candy Floss VT. My character is... Oh, I gotta talk in my easy voice. My character is a Candy Floss themed English Angora rabbit. Okay, I see rabbit pretty easily. She's to represent a primarily thread craft hobbyist channel, sewing, crochet, embroidery, although other creative hobbies will be featured, like cake and cookie decorating, drawing, insert fixation for the month. Fair. You're so real for that. I put her in Lolita fashion because that's what I wear and will most likely be making in videos. I'm also interested to know if you think her temperament is based on the design alone. Thank you all for your help. Ah, very nice. I enjoy the exaggeration right off the bat. Big exaggerated shapes for the puffball, like pigtails for the hair, or like the fluffiness of your, whatchamacallit, your ears. Your pigtails almost already are feeling like tails. Rabbit tails, which is cute. And they feel like cotton candy at the same time too. So you're really hitting all of those things. You're hitting nice hair texture, also rabbit reference, and the cotton candy angle. So we're getting all of it here as far as that goes. As far as the clothing goes, to understand the sort of craft angle and the thread-based angle, I think we are getting that also pretty easily. We've got the measuring tape, that classic rolled up measuring tape. Also hair IRL, hell yeah. I love when people make the like direct references to the way that they look in reality in their designs. They're just such a good opportunity to have just cute little references, and they help so much with specificity sometimes too, where because you're very particular in real life about your hair or about your clothing or fashion, you're more likely to reference those things more directly, which I think is helping you here. This like style of, I don't know, is this bangs? Or is this like the hairline where it's being pulled back? I'm unclear, but it feels very specific the way that it's drawn. So I think that does help a lot also with particularity here. The bow being the measuring tape is also very cute and very clever interpretation. The wristband that has the pincushion on it, classic. Bangs rolled under. Ah, okay. I see you have the shadow under it, but we might need to make the shadow on it, like on the hair itself, more intense, so we can tell that there's a little bit of depth happening here. Let me see, where's my normal multiply? Don't be afraid of a little more contrast with the shading there, because you have the shading on the face probably in a degree that helps. Whoops, not darking. Can I multiply, please? There we go. But because it wasn't feeling like it had that much depth, I wasn't sure if it was just bangs or not, or if it was bangs, or if it was just this is the hairline being kind of low. Trumpable, if it's drawn back, that does make the ears seem like they're not real. Instead of being a headband. Fluffy hairline to me. Yeah, it's reading a little bit like a hairline, so that's why I think I'm trying to exaggerate the shape of this a little bit more. You might need to drop them just a little bit more too. If you have like baby bangs or your bangs are kind of short, I could understand having them at that height, but I do think that maybe they're just a little bit too short to be reading as bangs, particularly where they're sort of in that in-between area. Where if they were more down here, much closer to the eyebrows, I don't think we'd question as much, especially if there was some overlap too, where overlap can really be our friend as far as conveying depth goes. So even if the eyebrows like tucked behind it just a little bit, that could probably help. Rolled like 50s style, that's what I'm thinking, yeah. Yeah, they're rolled. And then also, don't be afraid to have just like maybe a little bit of crossover between your bangs. I know that we try and be really like clean and tidy with our hair probably, just like as people, especially if you're in some sort of fashion style like this. You might be keeping your bangs super perfect, but having those little tiny moments of imperfection where, you know, the hair is sort of mixing in the center where it's not exactly perfectly parted, a little bit sitting on top of some of the other parts, can really go a long ways to make things feel more specific too and just add a nice little bit of detail. Yeah. D-Comma, thank you for following, I appreciate it. But yeah, shading does help. So then the ears. This is gonna be interesting, and I'm interested to know what you're doing on the side of your head, particularly about ears, because it looks like you might not have human ears. But there's a little bit of like a depth thing happening right now where the ears are behind the bangs. And I wonder if we almost just need you to have some sort of like side hair piece like in this area that would cover where the ears might not be. Having seen Uma Musume and other pieces of media where they have characters that don't have the second set of ears, it can be really uncanny to have that just be like hair that's that close to the side of the head where it's just pulled back sort of sleek against it. So if you just had another chunk of like fluffy hair hanging out here that's sort of cascading down and falling into that area, so that way we aren't going to be left wondering about the status of your ears or not, that might be nice as well. Hi! Hi, Antomato! Cute, what if they were switched like blue on which side and pink on the other? I was going to suggest that, but I was going to wonder if that might be too intense for what they're intending, but I do tend to be a fan of that, especially for clarity. Where if you did have blue on one side and pink on the other, that might be kind of nice. But if you are attached to keeping it one color on one side, another color on the other, just think about your shading to make sure they have enough clarity against each other. Yeah, add some of those shading colors back in. I do think this blue shade needs to be a little bit darker too. There we go. Bring attention around eye level. That's true, it is adding more attention around the eyes. Switching them, yeah. Hair should be moved down just a little bit so the bunny ears are adding more to the silhouette and also fills a little bit of that empty space. I also do agree with you about that, where the way that the bunny ears are posed, they're giving that nice, fluffy, soft, friendly feeling that Angora rabbits tend to. English Angora, right? Yeah. That Angora rabbits tend to. But yeah, because these things are overlapping so much in the silhouette, I am getting a little bit confused about depth on the top of the head. So I do also wonder if maybe they could be moved down just a little bit, perhaps. Let me copy and paste it so I can just try that. And I'm not saying we have to move them down all that much either, but that way they sort of are standing their own in the silhouette a little bit more. Let me do them at the same time so that they stay level. Oh wait, I'm supposed to hold shift. Using the wrong keys. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on. You got this, EG. You do have to include this in it. Oh man, hang on. I've got this. There we go. Oh, but it's gonna go on top of it. Hang on, we'll have to figure this out. Let me... Copying and pasting it might be the best option. Or like if they were down here instead, and then... Let's see. How do I hide them in a way that is clear? There. That way we're just getting a little bit more of the ear shape, especially this one. Could even go maybe even a little further down, potentially. Is this them? Yeah. And we don't want to get it close to like the neck. We want to make sure that it's not going to be touching those sleeves, but just that there's a little bit more space for the ears to live in. Yeah, oh, there's like... I got like part of your face here. Whoopsie, hang on. Yeah. Thanks. Very attention on the eye level. Nothing really cotton candy. Touch on their eye here to be moved up, so now we're looking at their design. Oh, yes, that is the only thing that has occurred here. So yeah, maybe moving the pigtails down just a little bit for silhouette. And then also thinking about what other interesting things you could maybe do with the hair. I feel like with Lolita styles, you have a rabbit. You've got the rabbit ears, you have this one single bow. I feel like there might be more you could even add to it that might be cute and might be sort of beneficial to the style, but as somebody who is not especially an expert on Lolita styles, I don't know if I have the right suggestion. Looks at Riraku. Candy rabbit, sewing stuff? Yeah, sewing stuff. It's too low. It's also gonna make the puffs look like giant earmuffs. I don't think they look like giant earmuffs. I'm not really concerned about that. You could also potentially make the ears taller too. If that tucks it all the way in there, that might be nice, but you can make the ears also taller so that way they're sort of holding their own in the silhouette a little bit more too, potentially. Yeah, if those pigtails isn't saving clothing pins, I'd be disappointed. Yeah, like you could use your hair as almost like a pin cushion. Not that that'd be especially safe, maybe, as a hairstyle. You might hurt yourself with it, but yeah, pins could be cute to stick up in here. And I like that you've stylized your pins to having little like butterflies on top of them. That's cute as just a little detail. But you could have those pins sticking out somewhere in the hair with the little like butterflies on them if we made like real big ones or something of that nature. That might be kind of cute. Oh, Apollo, thank you for following. I know you. I observe you on the, what is it called? Twitter application. Hi. How are you? Knitting needles, crochet hooks. Oh, wait, actually that might be so much better having those, because if they're pins, that's dangerous. If we were to instead use something like a pin or a crochet hook or a knitting needle, that would probably work so much better. I agree. Candy's part of the theme. Candy shaped hair accessories, always with little pearls, etc. on the ends of the pins. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes to all of these things. I feel like knitting needles might be nice as far as fitting some of the color choices we have going on here too. Let me see. Yeah, what do knitting needles look like? They look like aphantasia strikes. I'm just putting them here, not saying this is the final resting spot for them, but they're like this, and then they have a little like round thing at the end, right? Which you could then stylize in some manner. Straight or circular? Yeah, lots of options. Oh, oh man, the circular ones could be neat too, because they also have the like clear transparent thing, right? That goes like that. And that adds to silhouette as well, potentially, if you are having sort of a transparent object that's moving around the head like that. We could stylize these to look like the little butterflies too. Yeah, yes, yeah. Seeing pins always end up anywhere. People put pins in their braids. It was there. Oh, that sounds really dangerous to just stick a pin right in your hair? That sounds dangerous. But I mean, I guess if it works, I just don't want to be a situation where we're thinking about getting stabbed in the head. But in something else where we're getting like a knitting needle up here might be good and also cute potentially. Gotta put a pin in it. Ah ha ha ha. You're so funny. Shermaine. We've been a little bit low on puns recently, so I do appreciate that. Safely in your braid, then randomly on the floor. That is also true, potentially. Yeah, the bow is also measuring tape. Do I have anything else in this layer? I don't. We could put this somewhere more opportune in the hair also. Right now, it's kind of weirdly placed. But there might be a better way of placing this so that it's adding to silhouette nicely. I have to rotate it so it feels like gravity is happening. Where like we could even have it like looping around the hair with one in front and one behind. But that might be a cute little reference. But I do feel like right now, part of the reason why I'm suggesting that is that all of the details that are alluding to your work situation, to the work that you do, is all just right here pretty much. You've got one element in your hair, you've got one on your wrist, but it's all right here around your torso. If we put you in VTuber view, a lot of it's gonna get real close to being cut off potentially. And I wanna make sure that you're keeping them somewhere we can see them from any amount of distance. Oh, should. Move some things up in the design also. Also, all of this detail being down here, your eyes are pretty focal because they're so bright and they're so saturated. But I am getting a little bit distracted by the level of detail down here. So by adding some more things up here into the hair, you know, having a little bit more of a maximalist style like Lolita does lend you the possibility of adding more details in the hair without us feeling super overwhelmed, because it all just kind of becomes noise at some point. So I would suggest trying that. And yeah, Ruku did have some thoughts about the skirt that I think I might share, which is that the skirt feels kind of non-specific to me also. It's layered in an interesting way, but I feel like there's still something missing to it. It's not quite fully figured out. Let me see what Ruku's suggestions were. Ooh, bottom of the skirt needs to be flatter. Despite being a light fabric, draped garments will always be a bit fluffy, eventually drape. Really hard to get that shape in a stiffer traditional Lolita cotton fabric. Chiffon works better. Ah, okay. Me copy this. Nope, not the link. Can I copy the image? No, I guess I'm not permitted to. Thank you, Discord. Try again. Yoink, come with me. There we go. Something that feels a little bit more tiered might be interesting. And you can have like, you know, we could color block it to match the way that yours is color blocked. But having it feel like it's more cascading might be nice. Let me just put colors on here. So like you can see there's this big shape of one that's coming across here, and that could be one of your blocks. There's also the pink, so I can see there's another block like moving through here that is also this part. And then the blue, like you could still have it act in like a manner where it's alternating in some capacity, but then it might feel a little bit more specific. Petticoat under it, fabric wouldn't sit like that. Yeah, it wouldn't sit this wide, I guess. I don't know. But I do think that this, something like this might work a little bit better. I feel like this right now, with the way it's so fluffy, I like the shape. Maybe if you're wearing a petticoat, it would sit at that shape, but I feel like I'm more used to seeing like an, almost like an A-line if we're thinking about a stiff fabric. An A-line might make more sense because then we're still seeing the effect of weight potentially. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about this type of fabric and practicality with it. And I'm gonna guess since you are a seamstress, you might know some of it, but literally tearing my hair out. No, the drape is good. Hang on, what do you mean by this, Ruku? The drape is good. Are you just saying to change the fabric type? What question mark? I might be missing something. It might be going over my head. I am so sorry. I am not the most fashionable fungi out there. I've learned a lot, but I'm not all the way there. Hi, Australasia. Get to Squiiji live. Crazy. Thank you for coming. Fabric wouldn't sit like that. Look at the third picture. It's more about fabric rendering than design. Oh, okay, hang on. Third photo. Oh, okay, wait, so I might be not fully understanding. More about fabric rendering. So are you saying that it should be a more transparent fabric with more detail on it? Is that what you were saying? being woken up at 5 a.m. by broken smoke alarm is not doing me favors right now. Very based around round shapes. Yeah, maybe we don't need to change the round shape. It looks like it does work in a round shape like this, potentially. Help. Maybe it is just the texture of the fabric making it sort of sheer. No, that even with massive petticoats, the weight of the fabric drapes more at the bottom. You too, mine was at midnight. Why did yours go off? Mine went off because rats ate through it. Because of my neighbors. So are you saying, hang on, take 7. EG take 7. Being round at the top, but then it sort of, the shape falls off around here? Is that what you're saying? Where it feels heavier, and then these angles, instead of feeling like they're going out to the side, they would be going more like that? Question mark? I do like the level of detail that is here though, where I feel like this is pretty nondescript as far as the shape goes. Yes, wouldn't flare out a good fast spin. Oh, okay. I see. I'm seeing. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Put my inspo in live suggestions. Okay, let me see. The inspo. Oh, yeah, okay. Seeing your inspo, that is a very different shape from what you have. And the textures are very different. This is the reference that they were going from, which is really interesting to see. I think the reason why this is working in the reference is because it's so long and the way that the pattern is alternating. Having seen this, yeah, crazy cupcake petticoat. I almost feel like you should lean further into this if this is your intent, where I'm gonna cover everything just real quick. I'm gonna just chunk some stuff back in. Where I feel like if that is what you want, maybe you can have a really crazy petticoat under it and have it drape more. But what I want, if you're doing that, I'm just gonna color everything in pink for now. I think you need to exaggerate the tiering a little bit more. Right now the tiers, the way they're currently sitting, all sort of feel like they're the same length. Work this under, cover this. Your apron could be off center. You don't have to wear your apron centered. You could push this apron off center like how they have it here. And then have it drape around the body a little bit. And that way, then we have your blue fabric that's sort of cascading out from under this, but it doesn't go down to being quite as long as this bottom shape is. And it comes from sort of within here. I can exaggerate these out a little bit more probably. I'm just trying things right now, but you could have a really crazy cupcake shaped petticoat, but at the same time, I do think that you need to be a little more specific about the way that the fabric was draping. Where here, we're getting these big diagonal shapes. The way that you had it broken up, they are diagonal, but they're all the exact same width, more or less, which makes it feel a little bit stiff and unnatural. Here, we're breaking it up a little bit more in the variation. And then also, this also feels like it's working pretty well because of the trim of all of them being a contrasting color. So like you could still keep your apron trim that bright white color, but for the blue and for the other parts, maybe they could be trimmed in other colors that are contrasting it a little bit more. And then that adds just a little bit of detail that I feel like we are needing right now in this. It feels a little bit under detailed. I don't think I've really done the shape that you were going for, but I can probably push and pull it around just a little bit to achieve that. Someone else followed me and I can't see where it was, but thank you. Inspo's very Alice in Wonderland, yeah. Top petticoat can be rounded out a bit. Yeah, hang on, I gotta like push and pull the shapes a little bit. I didn't really like feel out the shape quite right the way I was intending to. Hang on. And the contrast is really low. And I will say that for just in general, the color design going on here, I picked from your colors. I think you need to have a little bit more variety in the undertone as well of your colors. Where here, the reason this is working really well in its tiered system and the clarity is because you've got a really bright value here for white. You've got a mid-tone here for the blue. It's going back to a bright value. This blue is a little bit darker than this one, and we've got this really harsh black trim, really bright white. All of these really light colors are full brightness. They're as bright as they can get. They are the lightest value they could possibly be, they're all the same value, despite having different color undertones to them. They're a little bit variety and saturation, but there's not a ton of clarity coming from that, and I feel like you would benefit from having more of that happening. So, more specificity in the way you're laying it out, and then also more of that. A lot of Sweet Lolita is pastels, just tone on tone, even in person can hurt to look at, admittedly. Ah, see, okay, that's fair, but this is one of those cases where I would say that even if that is the reality of how it works, as a VTuber, this is your branding, this is your design, this is the thing that's going to draw people in to look at you to some degree. And if it hurts to look at because it's tone on tone, that's not going to do you favors, unfortunately. For as much as that might be realistic to how it actually exists, it's not going to help you. If people look at your design and are overwhelmed by just how bright it is, that's going to work against you, unfortunately. People aren't going to want to look for very long. Granted, I guess in VTuber view, we don't even really see your skirt, but I do think it might be something to consider. Like, we do sort of have to throw out real world conventions sometimes for the sake of making things work as a design. We can't always stick to reality because there's a lot of stuff that we will just accept when it is done in real life. But the moment we see it in some sort of design outside of that, we will draw the line because it's stylized. It's not as realistic. It's tough. Always almost the same to avoid being distracting. I can fix it would a black outline help? Yes, a black outline would help, which, I mean, granted, I didn't draw any black outlines in here, but at the same time, from a distance, black outlines tend to kind of fade away unless they're really thick. If I make this like, it isn't even as thin as yours are, but like, if I go like this just to demonstrate just a little bit of it, if you're looking at it from a distance, granted, I've drawn that line still really thick, the values will still end up blending into each other a good bit and cause some clarity trouble. The shading could also help us clarify where the edges are. And yeah, this does feel more of those rainbow twirly marshmallows. I said mushrooms. They don't make rainbow twirl mushrooms. That's not a thing. But yeah, we could use the shading to add a little bit more clarity here. And then you can put your details back on your skirt. I don't remember what they were, but it was like that kind of, and you had some spring things. Bring those back. Then we can also see the full shape of your little wrist accessories, which might be cute to have. But just generally, I think we need more specificity on the skirt shape, potentially. Oh, and I wrapped it all the way around, even though that's not the way it was going to work. I do our marshmallow, so it's perfect. Yeah, a little more of a twist. On top of that, let's see, what other things have we not talked about? I'm gonna start grading. I'm gonna close these for now. Nope, I don't need to save this. Nope, I don't need to save that. No, I don't need to save that either. Clear this out. Colors. More value variation. Wait, hang on. More value variation. For silhouette, your silhouette is pretty nice as is. Big exaggerated shapes for the skirt that you had before. Your little wings on the sides of your apron is cute. Puffballs around your wrist, your ears, and your hair being nice big shapes. All kinds of works out nicely. You are, other than this and your one ear, very symmetrical, which is why I was adding an accessory like this on one side of the head. These tears could even be further exaggerated to add a little more asymmetry. You've got some in your shoe, but I feel like a lot of Lolita styles are either completely symmetrical or they're really exaggerating the asymmetry. Specifically, that example you showed us was really asymmetrical. So do push more asymmetry if you can, but I would say you're okay. The level of detail is good. Your external shape is decent. It's recognizable. Flexi versus clarity. More detail around your face, so that way the details aren't just in your chest area, and a little more specificity with the detail that is in the skirt, potentially. For focal point, your eyes, we didn't really talk about for very long. People were saying that the face wasn't where they were looking, but I'm really looking you in the eye because they're just so big and so round and so bright that I am looking at your eyes. And maybe the way it was before wasn't as directly. I see people saying they're looking at the eyes too much. I don't know if that's possible. If the eyes are hard to look away from, that might not be great because then we're not going to get to enjoy the rest of the design, but it is the most important that we look you in the eye. So I feel like that's not that big of a trouble. I do want more, maybe it's just the clustering, but focally, we are looking you right in the eye, so I don't think we can really voice a complaint about that. The neck is focal for me, visual rest. I do get locked into the eyes when I look at them. Oh, I see what you mean with the neck sort of being visual rest, because this is also, this neck shadow is also the darkest part of the design. Oh, excuse me, altogether, I've got hiccups. So I wonder if maybe we need some sort of like necklace accessory or something. You could have something sort of like fluffy in this area so that way we're cutting back on how much of that shape is so dark. And I can push the shading up maybe a little bit so that it's not as intense. And then you could even have like, oh, we've got like things that are details that relate to something coming out from under it. But then that's also gonna frame your face and make your face even more focal too by having light things all around it, your skin tone being a little bit darker, and then your eyes going to be bright. Sort of gonna zero us in onto the face and away from the neck, potentially. Yeah. So, focal point works kind of okay the way it is. Oh, ladder, we should do that. And then concept motifs, I am getting the point that you are a rabbit. Not missing that at all. I see the cotton candy angle from the hair, get it. And then also for all the craft supplies, I see all of it. Maybe a little more distribution with it, and maybe a little bit more cleverness with the way that it is placed in the design, because right now you're wearing them all as just directly tools. If those things were instead influencing the shapes of different objects, sort of the way you have with the ribbon, I want a little more of that. I want a little more. You're being clever with the ribbon. Maybe clever with other things where, you know, we're sticking the pins in the hair. Maybe if those were holding the hair up, that could be interesting. What if, I'm trying to think of just what I would do. Like I was trying to draw the scissors almost as like a ribbon shape. What if just things like that where we're reinterpreting elements of the design, but putting them into the language of the objects that are part of the motif. I want a little more of that perhaps, if possible. But you've done some of it, so I know you can. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. I've been very consistent today. Where does this canvas end? Oh, and we can do a ladder, don't worry. We'll do a ladder. Whoops, and you're gone. Oopsie, hang on. We'll do ladder test, but I'm not really concerned about the ladder test here, I don't think. Watch me eat my words, but we'll find out. Let's ladder test? Well, I'll explain it to you, unless you're just saying that so you can get bingo. The ladder test is something that we do to determine whether the details are distributed across the design in an interesting manner, where we draw a horizontal rung for the ladder every time there's a major division of space coming from contrast, whether that contrast be in shape or in color or some other means. Whoops, actually, yeah, this is asymmetrical. This will come like in here, this will come down here. And the goal is we want a ladder that is totally, completely not climbable. Pockets are off. Aren't symmetrical. You've got your neckline in here. You've got the top of your shoulders, bottom of your chin. Your lips are really bold and bright. I feel like I don't say this enough, but having really bright lips on a design or having really bold eyebrows as well is really nice in a VTuber design, at least if you ask me, because the way that we're able to form any kind of relationship with our audience is through our expressiveness, by large. And it's really tough when you can't make out the expressions that a VTuber has, because there's just, the eyebrows are a single line, the lips are a single line, so from any distance you can't really quite see those parts. That's why I have big chunky eyebrows. Also, thoughts on ladder? I really don't think you'd want to try and climb this. I feel like this is totally destructive in every way, shape, and form. There's a lot happening. Don't be sorry. Oh yeah, no, don't be sorry for asking. I was only asking that if you were trying to get a bingo, because the shroommates will sometimes bug me to explain it just because they want bingo. This is one of our bingo terms. But if you genuinely have questions, you're always welcome to ask questions, as long as they are from the heart and you're not trying to give me a hard time about something. So don't ever worry about it. No bad questions here. This is a classroom. Welcome to the Twitchy side. Welcome. Bye, enjoy your dinner, soul. Definitely a dangerous ladder situation happening. So, passes. Let me turn on all these layers. Once again, I don't even know what I was doing here with some of this stuff. Oh wait, there's the other chibi. Did we use all these layers? I think we did. Yeah. More variety. More passion, more energy, more... Who is that Tyra? Can't remember what that is. Now, give a round of applause. Did we do a round of applause? I didn't happen to notice. Can we clap? I know we're capable of it. We should. That's what we should do. Go work, cotton candy floss! Go work, 7 out of 10. Needs a couple little nudges in a direction, but I think you've got a lot of the right elements here. You're heading in the right direction. 1 every hour, impressive. Usually I'm a little better than that. Usually I get through 6. Not so much today. We yapped for a long time at the start, and we've been spending a long time on designs today, which I think is because the people who we're critiquing are actually physically here, which isn't super common. A lot of the time, the people who we're critiquing aren't here. Let me see, so Melkor, you're the last one. We'll probably get to today. Maybe next week I'll do this too. Melkor, is your last name Maragdos? Melkor, are you still here? Well, I bet you're still here. I feel like I saw you not that long ago in the chat. I only have 1 Melkor suggestion. Yes, okay, good. Hell yeah. 963. Let's grab you. Melkor the Great. I know what you look like already. I'm familiar with you. What? Were you in... Melkor, were you in Jankin Pong collab? Is that where I know you from? I know you from... I can't put my finger up where I know you from, but I know you from somewhere. Where do I know you from? Thank you for suggestion every shroom. Yeah, the shroommates are so kind and helpful in their suggestions. I was in the tourney, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought it was. I was like, we've met before in some capacity, and I was like, I can't figure out where it was. I didn't get to battle you, but that's okay. That's where I knew you from. That mix and match VTuber part thing. Oh, you're right. I did use you for that. That's also true. I was trying to think of the origin though. I was like, I've been aware of you for a minute, but I was trying to figure out where I knew you from. Can't put my finger on it. Let me change this. While your expressions are lovely, I might hide them for now just because it'll make it so we can fit your details on screen. Sorry. Fair. Memory bells are ringing. Yeah, I got a lot of holes in my head and I forget people. Literally like 10 minutes ago, I was trying to say the word Twitter. I feel bad. I called Apollo out a little bit there, but I observe many a people on the Twitter and not very much elsewhere. But I was trying to find the word Twitter in my head, and I was like, I've observed you on the... What is that platform called? Oh, lordy. My grip on the English language, tenuous at best. Oh. Freaking people out probably by skipping on my tongue a whole bunch of times. Yeah, I'm not gonna call it that one. I'm not gonna call it the pronunciation of X as an H. The Vtuber, yeah. I think I tried to call it Twitch, which is not the place I was thinking of. Only gets worse as you age. That's fantastic news for me, considering I am too young to be having this problem. That's actually terrible news for me. If this gets worse as I get older, God, you guys are gonna be attending fully incomprehensible streams within the next, like, 2 years. Milk. Nope. Wrong order of letters. M-E-L-K-O-R. Maragdos. Nice. He at Mel for the Great. I might have made a minor spelling error here. We'll find out though. Minor spelling mistake. Oh, okay, so the at symbol has gone into the void. I don't know why it does that with this font. There we go. Let's grab your details too. Pop. A little modification. You can see the spine in the shirt. Oh, that is a neat detail from the rendering. I agree. Never thought someone pronounces it as an H? Huh? Oh, what? What gets worse? As zit? What? What are you guys saying? I don't know what you guys are saying. We're talking about something and I've lost the plot, I think. Also, I'm proud of myself. My voice doesn't hurt yet. I'm doing a good job today. I didn't do this well last stream, so I'm proud of myself. Gotta take it easy in the vocal inflection. There we go. Okay. Grab your team. Nails are very short. Oh, I don't know what this word means. You've used a word in this that I think I've seen before, and I'm not familiar with this word. What is this word? Earth Genasi? Our aging streamer can't even yap. No, I'm not that old. I'm in my 20s. I'm not old. I talked too much for a week, and I've been suffering the repercussions of that for forever now after it. Do yourself a favor. Don't overdo it with your voice because it will haunt you for a while afterwards. D&D race, part elemental essentially. Kind of like a genie. Like a genie? And VTubing 30 is like 70. No, don't say that. No, that's not true. Not at all. Literally thought this person looks like an Earth Genasi. Hey, good work. Yeah, I'm in my 20s. I'm young, I'm sprightly, I'm in great shape, and wasn't talking about earlier how I'm going to struggle physically to go to a convention. That's for other reasons, at least. I got the body of like a 40-year-old. We'll put it that way, but maybe my brain is a 40-year-old also. So, Melkor. He, him, Melkor the Great. Earth Genasi, so mostly made of stone. I did definitely get that part. Main things I'd be looking for advice on would be some changes to the color palette to be a better mix, or things I could add to make the silhouette stand out a little bit more. Yeah, so I will say, your silhouette is not super distinct. You have a body type that is not super common in VTubing, which I will give you that already. That does help a little bit. You do look like an office worker. What is going on with your lore? Like, what is the occupation that you have? I'm intrigued. So I feel like that'll also relate to some of the changes we would suggest. But for silhouette, I think that's my first concern. The fact that you're made of rock really isn't impacting your silhouette, which is surprising. Where I feel like I often suggest this, but if you are someone who's made of rock, or made of something that's a material that clearly is wearing and tearing and taking damage, that should impact your silhouette. Where are all the like funny little cutouts? We can see like some amount of your like structure where, you know, you're not fully whole in your shape. You could be much more jagged too. You don't have to be so sleek and streamlined. Rocks are rarely this smooth unless you're really trying to look for like a really polished look. But your silhouette will be much more interesting if you give it little opportunities for variation in cracks and in things that are just not as cleanly hewn, just strewn generally throughout. Yeah. So a little bit more of that kind of variation can go a long way. And then similarly, if you are made of rock, do you have to, how human do you have to be? Maybe I should Google this type of creature. Earth Genas. What do they look like? Oh, they're really humanoid. Actually, I'm kind of disappointed that they're so humanoid. They're really, really, like, normally humanoid. I was hoping we could get more of, like, a The Thing type of arm going on. I just Google arms, that's not gonna help. No, I don't want his arm getting bitten off. Oh my god! Ah! Oh my gosh, autofill, what the hell? I just wanted his arms! Oh my Jesus, no, this is a totally different, no, stop autofilling. Help. Arms, just arms. Just arms. Nope, wrong, no, I want the thing from DC. Help, I'm perishing right now. Oh my god, imagery jump scare. Yeah, it's giving me the Thing horror movie. How do I get the Thing Marvel, please, for the love of God. Yeah. The Thing from Marvel. The way that his body texture conveys the rocky texture. I'm not saying you have to be shaped like this, but he has an interesting silhouette because his musculature is even clumped into like rocky groupings. And he's got a lot of that variation in the surface where his arms also becoming much more exaggerated in their shape, I feel like might also benefit you, where you don't need to be this big or exaggerated. But even if, as I create a new layer here, you know, what if we could see that your arms are being, your sleeves are being pushed up by the fact that your arms are getting much more exaggerated and your hands are really big. Like I'm gonna see if I can, how much I could exaggerate this. Where like you've got these like really big like rocky outcroppings or like growths almost that your sleeves are pushed up around. Hands are even like much bigger and much like scragglier maybe. Shoulder rock peeking out between the shirt and the shoulder seam. Yeah, I like this detail on the back a lot. This is a good storytelling moment of the there's more than meets the eye. But even if you just had just like a little bit of like Seam is torn, little rock thing coming out of here. How would they wear a shirt? Now is when we get into adaptive clothing, which is how we make it further more specific. Then maybe it's like, okay, in order to wear this kind of shirt, you need to have like buttons that run down the outside of the arm, so that way you can button your arms into the sleeves or something. Or maybe there's another way of doing it too, but just thinking about ways we can make the clothing adaptive. Like here's our button area. So now it's still professional wear. How can we adapt this to the lore? Or like, even if you have one of these outcroppings in your shoulder, we could have this be built into the shirt, where this is even something where like you've like a secondary like collar element, or we can see that this is a buttoned area that's been left unbuttoned here for you. So that way, you know, it's adaptive to the body that you have. Because right now, I feel like the clothing is really not very particular. Buttons have to be snaps and not regular buttons. Sure, maybe they're snaps or something else in that way too. When I hear white collar worker genasi, think about that world's biggest businessman animation of a dropout skin. Interesting. Maybe they're just little snaps. Yeah, custom tailored clothing. Cold rock shoulder. That's sort of a funny way to put that, but yeah. Cold shoulder, but like cold rock shoulder. Of some sort. Might be interesting. And then if you just have something little like that, that does break up your symmetry, just in a little way that I think we need right now. You also fall in the same category as we were saying earlier for Vice, in that your clothing needs to be interesting in some manner. Right now, it's giving all of its interest through color, but we usually want 2 out of the 3 options. You need your clothing to be interesting via color, texture, or shape, as far as if we're not adding more detail goes. Right now, you're interesting through just color. This isn't very specific. I see the rock and stone. Cufflinks, motif print on tie, tie clip. Yeah, all of these could be potentially really good options for adding in. I do think you need a little bit more as far as accessorizing goes. Yeah, shirt pocket. All of these could be a good opportunity. But then at the same time, I feel like we can think about like texture and stuff like that. Grayscale stone texture on a clipping layer. Low-key, I feel like you did have that in some capacity. Did you used to have some sort of stone texture on something else? Or maybe it was just the way that someone had drawn your arms. But I feel like I remember seeing that of you somewhere. I can't quite recall though. Holes with reinforced seams. Could just do holes with reinforced seams for something up there. I am also noticing that the base color of this and the base color of your shirt are very similar. Probably gotten a good deal of art. Okay, that might be what I was thinking of, but having some kind of texture to your shirt might be nice. Office worker. What is office fashion? What is office fashion? I'm gonna search these terms. Office menswear. I feel like it's pretty narrow, probably, unfortunately. But, oh man, where's your watch? Could give you a nice... Oh, wait, could there be a joke to be made here about having rocks, but also being that relates to, like, diamonds or something? Or more casual? Yeah, like, give you a big watch of some sort. You could make, like, a leather wristband, so we're bringing another color in. But I feel like there could be a very funny joke to be made here in the overlap of rocks. And then same critique as I made to the other fella. Oh, we could reuse the green too, because I see you already have it on the wrist, but you could still have like almost like, you know those glow-in-the-dark diving watches? Something like that could be funny. Sundial's a watch? Oh my god. As a further rock joke, maybe. That is interesting. Front pocket with something in it. Yeah. Mine with a compass. Oh, these are so funny. This is Ben 10 right now. Hang on. Don't make it Ben 10. The problem is that this is silver, and I don't really want to add gold, I don't think, to this palette. But I don't know what other color would make sense for the edge of the watch to be. Man, I really did make you Ben 10, huh? So a watch that's broken because I can't use it. Copper Stonehenge watch. Could be a number of very silly things to be had here. Black steel. Oh, it could be if it was like an annealed steel. I'm just putting the green in it, but it doesn't have to be all green. Like, just have like some of it have some green in it, just because I wanted to repeat the color. Then we could still have this be like, you know, clasp or something. But yeah, dark green to the pants. Yeah, watch. Something joke about rocks, diamonds being rocks. Yeah, Different pants look from normal wear. Thicker dudes generally don't wear tight pants. Ah, that's also true. I wonder if you could wear, like... Oh, some of these feel kind of long in a way that might just be, like, fashion-y. But I wonder if, like... This isn't office wear, but I'm just looking at pants right now. Like, this is an interesting rounded shape for pants that might be neat. The braided belt also for, like, office wear might be interesting, too. We could repeat the braiding for the watch band also, maybe. Also, just, like, wide leg pants, too, could be interesting. But yeah, different pants shapes. Even I'm seeing, like, some of these, even if they're not, like these are kind of tight. These are still tighter jeans. But they... Oh, excuse me. Weird hiccup. They're rolled up at the ankle, which also adds a little bit of interest. You have a large gem embedded on the chest as well, though I don't always get to show it off without taking the whole shirt off. Corporate Mundo skin from League for a more 80s sort of look. Interesting. Can we try pinstripe again? Wow, you guys are really attached to pinstripe. There are other patterns. There might be other patterns that might work better for this. I was thinking like houndstooth maybe. Like look at this. This has a subtle like plaid pattern to it. Houndstooth might be nice because then we're getting sort of the overlap of like right now this is really big, wide, square shapes. I was trying to add a second shape to the shape language here through adding more intense, you know, sharp pieces to the rocks. And then your hair has a little sharpness and your facial hair has a little sharpness. So adding something like a subtle houndstooth pattern to the pants or to the tie or something might also be nice in that capacity, add a little more sharpness. The gem of the chest could glow from under the shirt. That's also true. The gem of the chest could glow so we can get a little bit of a hint that that's happening there. Sort of like how we're getting this hint on the back. I'm so sad, actually, that this is only something you can see from the back of the design. Earth generosity are also plant-based. Okay. Maybe instead of going sharp, we could go rounded with some of the design elements then, maybe also? The tie or something, could have like vines, little cracks showing like emerald beneath or plants would be cool. People assume it's your weak point though and try and hit it. Is that not the weak point though? If you have a big glowing gem, is that not the weak point? 'Cause it could be. I could totally believe that was. Also, Atorakun, sorry, thank you for following. I didn't, it took me a second there to see that. I didn't check my overlay properly. Green glow around the spine, kind of hinting at bone equals gem. Maybe, absolutely be the weak point. That's funny. Yeah, you could add a glow around under here, but if it is the same green as the tie is, that might not be helpful. Do an Iron Man, make the shirt have a hole for the gem. He does have that in his formal wear, doesn't he? I will stretch, thank you. Unbuttoned shirt for the gem to show the tie over the shoulder for asymmetry and visibility. Actually, that would be so funny. If you were like exhausted businessman after work with your tie thrown over your shoulder and your shirt unbuttoned, that might be so funny. That could be very interestingly endearing in a way. That's clever. I like that idea a lot, actually. I just want to try that just to see. Hey! What are you doing with my hair? Tying on the shoulder and button the shirt. Yeah. Yeah. A couple of you have said that in YouTube. Thank you. Tired after working, immediately streaming without changing? Yeah. Although that's crazy. Coming home from work and not changing. Couldn't be me. I'm the kind of person where the moment I am home, we could even like rotate it so it's not hanging straight either. I am such the kind of person where if I have to go out for the day, when I get home, I am in comfy clothing the minute I am in. There you go, tie over the shoulder, it's loosened up. And then we can even like unbutton this. And it doesn't have to be like fully unbuttoned either. Maybe it's just as unbuttoned just enough. A little hint, a little taste. Potentially a little thirsty. Maybe just a little, but we don't have to do that extreme. Like if I pull this back in, it might feel a little bit more natural. But yeah, I think we're onto something here. Or this could be kind of interesting. Where's the button side? Buttons on this side. I learned a thing recently, which I think is crazy. Did you know that in fashion, they tend to, how does it go? Where if they're designing clothing for women, they put the buttons on one side, and for men, they put the buttons on the other? I feel like we might have talked about this very briefly before, and I had heard there's some basis in that of women having help with dressing or something. that's a very interesting thing, and I never remember. It's because of swords? Swords! That wasn't my first thought. What do you mean it's because of swords? I thought it was because of help with dressing. Okay, and dressing. Can you elaborate on that, Riruku? What do you mean it's because of swords? Also, I'm not gonna be somebody who especially cares which side it goes on, but if you're someone that cares about that, do put it on the side that you prefer in your own design. I'm not worrying about it right this second, though. Think about men dressing themselves, women being dressed by others. They did help men dress and to dress themselves. Interesting. Seems like we're kind of split on what it is. People are right-handed, so clothing opens so the hilt won't get stuck. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's an interesting detail for sure. Let me, whoops, that's not the color I want. Put a little bit of shading in here so you can tell it's there. And then maybe your gem, I don't know where it is on your chest, but even if like your gem is like a sort of like off-center thing that's sort of peeking out here, that could add a nice little extra element of asymmetry that might be fun. I think it's fine because there's shirtless VTubers. What would be fun? Fine. Are we saying this is a little too much, having the shirt be kind of open? Because there are a lot of shirtless VTubers. This is still really tame. It's still quite tame. Harder for right-handed people to manipulate. Women would have it reversed. Oh, interesting. Okay. Pushing for moss chest hair. Oh, that would be interesting. Having chest hair or having things that read like hair on the design could be neat. Right now, this green is really fluorescent, so it is kind of distracting. So I don't really want to put it everywhere. But having the green in the chest for a focal point and that being important to your lore does seem important on that front. A moss stash. Okay. You guys are silly. You guys are funny. Pieces of crystal around the face. Yeah, so I do think that unfortunately the most lackluster thing going on here, other than maybe the pants, is your face. You have your business salaryman glasses. You've got your beard and stuff like that. If you're going for exhausted salaryman, maybe you could be a little scruffier. Right now, you're very tamed in the way that your facial hair looks. I kind of feel like it'd be more interesting if you looked like you're going through it and you haven't had a good chance of doing a little touch-up in a minute. Just subtle amounts of little things. Like, you can still be relatively well-groomed, but if we see that you haven't gotten to touch up the trim of your beard, because like that's not most facial hair I feel like comes higher on your face and you have to trim down to that level. That might help. It seems like you are also going for sort of tired eyes, but we could exaggerate that a little bit more too if I take a nice like multiply layer and draw, give you a little bit more of like an eye bag. But I do think we need to bring viewers into your face a little bit more. And your hair silhouette isn't adding a ton right now either. So for this style of hair, your hair is kind of slicked back. But if you're coming off of a long day of work, it might be a little bit more tousled. It might be that it's like gonna stand up a little bit more and like pieces are not going to be sitting perfectly flat anymore. You've got your two little spokes that come down in the front. Exaggerate them even more. I don't know what those are called. In my brain, those are Zac Fair, Final Fantasy hair thingamabobs. But even if you just have like a couple more things where it's like, all right, this is kind of like falling out the side. The hair isn't super well manicured anymore. Yeah, the Zac hair effect. What is it? What would you even call it? Just the funny little flyaways in the front? The hair fangs? Final Fantasy does this a lot. They love giving them the funny little spiked hair thing in the front to break away from silhouette, and they do it for good reason at least. Maybe they are just flyaways. Maybe that's all the more of a word I need. But a little more shape from the hair might be nice. Even if not a lot. Just give me a little more shape from the hair. Breaking formation. Yeah, sure. Breaking formation. Just break formation a little more with your hair. So it looks like you've pushed your hair back from your face. That adds a little more interest around your head. Your ears are also giving a little bit of the stone feeling, and I'm wondering if we could even have like chunks be missing from that kind of stuff too for detail. Stray hairs. Yeah, I guess it is kind of just stray hairs on some level. Little more strays in the hair. Hair fangs is good, thanks. Little specks of tiny rocks everywhere, constantly to clean up. Are you crumbly? How crumbly are you, I guess is a good question. And then the other things I'm thinking about is, it seems like you have like really cut cheekbones. Let me hide where I had hidden your side views. You have very cut cheekbones. I wonder if we could lean more into that with making them spiky as well. Like the rock pieces that are in places where like, this doesn't have to be just contained by the side of the face. You can go a little more inhuman with it. It does seem like you are referencing the Jins a little bit specifically, but I feel like the Jins that the Genasi? Is that what they were called? I forgot what they were called already. I feel like they are just barely pretending to be something adjacent to human in a way that I fear they're not committing enough. More commitment. Commit more to being made of rock. Or commit more to being made of that, something of that texture. You've committed more than they have. But we could have more of it in the face potentially too. Green hair at the temples, since gray streaks would blend in with the skin. Yeah, we do need more of the green around the face. You could have like, that might feel a little bit radioactive, but if you had a little bit of salt and pepper in your hair in the green. Oh, actually, that's kind of nice. Yeah. Gray also. I'll take this purple. Even if, just so if it's not just touching the, oopsie. If it's not touching the face, it'll be fine. As far as texture goes, what if the beard was clay? That might be sort of hard to convey texture-wise, maybe though. But I think some of this is steps in the right direction. We're adding more interest to your face. Your tie would still need some sort of pattern or detail, I feel like. Either that or your shirt. I haven't really drawn a very nice tie here though, but that's okay. We just need the general idea of it. Origins that they're born into a normal humanoid family, but born under circumstances that are heavy with an element, like a hurricane for air, storm, or sea. Ah, okay, I see. Touch of green on the ears. Maybe, potentially, that could work, yeah. How does the species age? If we assume old age equals weaker, possibly develop more and more of the green crystal in their body, such as hair and well-worn hands. Maybe, also if they're developing more wear and tear as they age, that would be when more of the chunks that are missing could come into play as well, potentially. But generally what I think I have to say here for this, because I think like I can start doing some of the grading, is you seem like you have particular things that you want to hit in the design, so make sure you're hitting those. The fact that you were sad that we couldn't see the chest gem is a way we can make it seen. We just gotta push you more into the you got home from work and you're exhausted, but you're gonna stream anyway angle. Hair a little more tousled for that. Make sure you're including all the things that feel important to you. And concept-wise, I feel like we just need to push the stone angle further, or the stone and vines. So, whoops, hang on. Wait, this is so funny. Cotton Candy, I didn't even realize we critiqued your design with your rubric, Chen, here. Concept motifs. People were able to see the reference to the D&D kind of character, the Genasi. I want more. I want more rock happening. Rock and stone. I want more exaggeration of the rock. I want more exaggeration of the shape language. Lean even further into being that sort of tussled, exhausted businessman. You've got all the aspects to make this work. We just need more exaggeration from it, I would say. And then same deal with complexity versus clarity. We need more specificity. You are wearing the button-up. You're wearing the tie. You're wearing the slacks. So that is an outfit I could go buy at the store if I wanted to. Without too much trouble, probably. We should make those garments feel something more specific to you, like they're tailored, which will increase the level of detail a little bit, and it'll feel more particular. For focal points, it is the chest, unfortunately, also. We were adding more detail around the face to try and make the face more focal in terms of level of detail, but also just tucking that tie up over the shoulder, honestly, is helping to make us move in sort of a circle around this area. Or also because you've got a lot of dark elements around your face, it is helping us to look at your face more as well. But yeah, more detail so we can push the focal point to be more effectively the face. Silhouette, I fear, is currently your weakest angle. You do have a silhouette that is standout as far as VTubers go. Not a lot of VTubers are this, like, broad, I would say. They're not, VTubers don't tend to emphasize wide shoulders, thick legs, like your feet are big and exaggerated, your hands were big and exaggerated. However, all of your clothing was very close to the body. Do think about, even if you want to keep the clothing close to the body, having the tie over the shoulder, more tussling in the hair, exaggeration in the arms with the shapes, having things be more jagged and sticking out, having some things that are asymmetrical. I think that's all going to be necessary for you. For color palette, you said you wanted to change the color palette, and I really don't take much trouble with the purple, green, like gray color that we have happening here. Honestly, I think it's fine. It's interesting. It's not something I've seen all that often, which does make you very recognizable to me. The reason why across time and space and across, when was that? Like around last Christmas, I think? First encounter, Jenkin Pawn. You were memorable, I think, by large to me, by your colors. Because I feel like I haven't seen this particular color combo that much in VTubing. We see green and purple, but not really like this, I don't think. It does give more zombie and undead. I mean, I guess thematically a little bit it does, but I feel like that'll be solved just by making the limbs more rocky. And I really do want to hammer home having the rocks that are on your arm confined to real musculature shapes like this. I feel like will go a long way to selling this. Melchior's rubric color theme. You are rubric colored. Oh my gosh, wait. You are the color palette of the rubric. You are green and purple and white, huh? Interesting. Intriguing. Shoulders broader as well. You could make them broader as well. You could exaggerate the shapes even more if you wanted to. You already have some of it happening. And if you want to feel really big, this is a really like funny suggestion to make, but the smaller your head is compared to the rest of your body, the taller you look. I look like I'm like 2 feet tall because my head is so big and wide. But if your head, how would I even do this? Let me turn everything off just so that I can just show that. But if you want to feel even bigger and more massive, Potemkin's a good example of this working. They shrink Potemkin's head for Guilty Gear, and it makes him feel giant. So if you want to feel like you're really tall and really towering, and it'll make your shoulders feel even more exaggerated, even shrink your head even further. Might have to shrink your neck a little bit with it, just so that it all attaches in a way that makes sense. Right now, this looks kind of goofy, because I haven't proportionally fixed everything for it. Oh wait, hang on. There's actually a better way to do this. Where's my grow tool if I go? Yeah, this, and then go like this, and then... No, wait, what? Hello. That's not what you should do. I did the opposite of what I wanted. Oh, too intense. Why is it so intense? There, just a little bit smaller, just a little smaller. But do you see how that makes you feel even more massive by having it smaller? Sorry, I did accidentally put you under magnifying glass there. Untuck one of the shirt tails? Yeah, oh, that's also true. We could also untuck... Oh, all my stuff I did on the head is not gonna line up now. But we could also untuck the shirt a little bit. You did get home from work and you are tired. That's true, hang on. More asymmetry! Woo! We love to see it. Now he looks 8 feet tall. Yes. Yeah. Little more disheveled. This is fun. Fun little bit of dishevelment. Maybe opening the shirt fully and framing the crystal with the tie hanging on both sides. Oh, if the tie was fully open. Yeah, okay. I could see that also being an option. Yeah, I could see that as a suggestion. Yeah. I'm with you. You could do that too. You could do this or you could do that. But I do think we are focusing on, we do want to see the crystal. Show us the crystal. I even want, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, we could even have the top ridge of your shoulders. Could we see via rendering, like, your collarbone through your shirt or something too? Or we can see, like, it is clearly very tight in the back, but if we can see your collarbone or, like, the crest of your shoulder or stuff like that. I'm not going to be re-rendering it, so it's not going to look great. But we could really push this sort of, like, clothing pressing or skin bone, rather, pushing through the skin element in an interesting way. Himbo look, remove neck completely. I guess that's what you want, yeah. Collarbones and pecs. I see, in order for the pecs to push through, it would really need to be vacuum sealed, I guess. But if we are going for the fact that you're made of rock, maybe. But like a boulder, gonna be a bunch of those loose parts, a bunch of tight parts in varied places, yeah? Yeah, I want to see more of that. I want to see these miscellaneous little tight parts that are showing us the body almost through it in an uncanny way. Like, this is very uncanny, but I'm here for it. I enjoy uncanniness in design. Makes us ask questions. But for color palette, which is what I was trying to say before I got distracted, I don't actually have any trouble. You might have a little bit of clarity issue were it not for the dark shading on the bottom edges of your shirt, but like, honestly, it's fine. You're putting clips in chat is too distracting? Nah, you're good. Live, do not worry about it. You're good. We have achieved perfection, apparently. I don't know. I don't watch the clips until after stream, but you're welcome to send them in the chat. I do not mind at all. Don't worry about it. But anyways, grade 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6 out of 10. I think you need a little flavor blasting, which is what most of what we were doing. You have all the right ingredients to come together to make a very delicious chip, but I think your Doritos need a little flavor blasting where you are currently. But you are well in the ballpark and you've got all the elements to make something very truly neat. Yippee! Round of applause! I'm proud of myself. I managed to make it through stream without completely and totally losing my voice, which is a good move for me. I'm proud of myself. Also, we got through 4. Not bad. All the elements. But it is 6 p.m. so that is my day. That is it for today for EG. We may do this as a concept on Monday, next Monday. So I kind of like doing this a little bit just to shake things up for the sake of, I feel like there's a lot of times where we critique people's designs who have changed their design or they're not active any longer or like they don't get to see it, so they're not benefiting from it. So maybe that'd be a good time for it. Also, EG, the next will be the 300th? Ooh, really? The 300th we've looked at live? Is that real? Is that true? Oh my gosh. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. We need like a celebration, I feel like. If we hit 500, that'll be also crazy. But 300 critiques on stream in just over a year? Right? Very slightly over a year. That's a lot, but also that's a lot to get through still when we have over 1,000 that are in the form. But we are in the 400s range. There are a lot of private ones that are given. So yeah, that's my streamer. Let's go! Power of the Shroomates. So maybe we will have to do something special for 300. Who will be the 300th design? Yeah, you are Mr. 299, huh? Honestly, I've been feeling, not to get real on you real quick, but I've been a little down in the dumps recently. I've been exhausted. I've been a little worn out. But it is seeing numbers like that and stuff like that. It does it does make me feel like I'm like, oh, I have purpose. I've been feeling a little unmotivated about certain things recently. But so seeing that does make me feel like it relights the fire a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of my drive as a person is that I like helping other people. So yeah, me when number go up, seeing number go up like that does reassure me and does make me feel like I am doing good work. Sometimes I'm like, am I doing enough? I feel like I'm not doing enough. I need to do more. And I'm sure there's always a way I could do more. But I gotta like take that step back sometimes and remind myself, hey, G, you are helping people. You are doing help. You are doing some good work. As much as maybe there could be more you're doing, cut yourself a little slack maybe. It's what you do for other people. So thank you all for being here. And I'm glad I can help as many people as I can with designs. It's very fulfilling work for me. And I'm happy that you guys give me the opportunity to do so. Thank you all for the hearts. You can have a potato heart in return. Taking notes has paid off. Yeah. We're doing less criticism. Oh, you got me there. Got me there. I don't critique myself that much, I don't think. But it is hard to not be down on yourself. This is to work in the field that I am working in, which is in commission work, consultation work, and streaming, is the kind of work where you do sort of have to constantly self-reflect in order to make sure that you are making the most of what you have and to make sure that you're, pushing forward and doing things that make this lifestyle sustainable. And as a result, it does it can be kind of punishing sometimes, unfortunately, where you have to be too self-aware. It sucks the fun out of it sometimes. So it is good to take that step back and be like, you're working hard. You're doing good things. You're doing the best you can. Yeah. Make your own design for a 500th. You know what? We have not actually critiqued EG 2.0. We critiqued my 1.0 design, and I think it got like a 5. We could critique my 2.0 if you would like for maybe our 500th. Or not 500th. We could do it for 300, but maybe 500. We can think about it. have a review. Yeah, we could go back in time. I wonder if it'd also be neat if people who have all changed their designs based on critiques they've received. It'd be nice to do like a showcase someday of people who took their critiques and worked on the design and are, you know, happy with their outcome or stuff like that. Just to be like, look, yay, I'm proud of you. Yeah, before and after kind of stuff. We already get that sometimes where we looked at a couple of designs where, like, for Spookable particularly, I remember we had a like before and after kind of, where I think for Spookable got like a 5 or a 6 and then came back with like a 10. And I was like, I'm so proud of you. And we do it all the time. We do it not infrequently. We've looked at a couple designs more than once, but that might be interesting. Look back at the last 100 EG next stream. So now that we reviewed 2.0, here's 3.0. No, there will not be an EG 3.0 anytime soon. I am so happy and so content with this model that I don't feel any need to do anything other than make funny outfits or like other like goofy gimmick models. I really don't feel the need to have a new model at all right now. We'll wait and see when that occurs. It doesn't seem like it's gonna happen soon. I've been very content with this for like a year. Current model's fantastic, it feels so you. Thank you. Yeah, no, I associate it with it so tightly that I'd feel weird almost like changing it. I feel like it just works too well for me. I love the art style of it. I like how bouncy it is. Maybe I could just do like an upgrade to it someday, but like I really don't see a need for me to have a totally new model anytime soon. I know that it's one of those things that is for like, yay, promotion, for growing, for getting Twitter attention, which is why I don't care about it also. That's not the kind of thing that makes me want to make decisions like that. Love this model into seasonal outfits though. Yeah, we were gonna have a summer outfit. I just didn't get the kind of thing for that. We're not those types of fans. That's also true. We're not that kind of community, I don't think. I do feel silly every once in a while thinking about the fact that, like, for being a character designer, I really don't character design myself that often. Like, for me. I don't know. It's just funny to consider sometimes. And I do still get, it makes me laugh. I love, it doesn't hurt me in any way, shape, or form. I do get comments constantly on my old videos, especially the one about pet peeves. My favorite category of comment I get on that video that I get constantly still to this day is that people are like, you're gonna say that while you look like this? Like, yeah, I know. No, I know. I get it. 1.0 EG was really rough. It just existed because it had to. But I find it so funny that they took what I had to say so personally that they decided they'd attack me. Couldn't just disagree with me and say, hey, I disagree with this point that you made for X reason. It had to be a, you're gonna say that and look like this? All right, man. All right, I get it. Just makes me laugh. I'm untouchable. They can't hurt me. People get brave online. Oh boy, they do. Don't worry. The only thing that can cause me damage is myself. No one gets to me. I don't let them in. I read those comments, I'm like, not my problem. I have iron will. The only person that gets to me is me. And we stay silly, so we prevent that. Skill issue? I mean, it was me. I had a skill issue also, though. That first model was rough. We accept that. Don't care about artistic, unique designs, want a hot or cute anime character. I mean, that's probably also true. People find me pretty uncanny sometimes. That's fine. I think I'm a cute little guy. Yeah. Insults can hurt me. They don't come close to what my inner demons tell me. Yeah, no, you can't get me. Yeah. I have many... Well, that's a very SpongeBob laugh. Whoa. I have years of practice in art critique. I take critique really well. It doesn't faze me. Yeah. Yeah, own worst enemy with yaps. True. And before I do that and become more of my own worst enemy and wear my voice out, I should maybe consider ending stream. Oh, me and my yapping. But thank you all for coming here today. Thank you for being so supportive and kind to each other. Thank you to everybody who entered. I'm sorry that we didn't get to as many of you as we often do. I gotta pay out the prediction also. Let me do that before I forget. But thank you guys for submitting. Also, Cotton Candy Floss coming in with the chair was so funny. We were like, oh, we know how many we'll get to. We know who we're doing next. And Cotton Candy was like, not true. False. People who predicted 4 are eating well. Oh, are they? People usually guess 6. They might have gotten a lot. 10K! Oh my god, 10K points to 2 people! Oh my god. Via Menstra, And Cairo, you both got 10K. Just the two of you, split between the two of you. That's crazy. You got big monies. But yeah, anyways, YouTube chat, I can't send anywhere sadly, so see me later. Bye. Thank you for coming. And then